private sectors, with universities, and as a department, as a government, we are going to encourage this because this has a very good future, I can say. If horse means discipline, horse means power, and we should teach our youngsters to deal with these kind of subjects more than racing, of course. That is also not, I don't ban it. It is also one of the prosperous signs of a heritage of like how we inherited in India, and I see in Mumbai and Pune, these people are so passionate about horses. So I will take more interest in this. I will take more interest in the equine zone of my department, and I'm assuring if MIT comes forward or anyone on the dais or anyone from anywhere, we are more than welcoming them to do MOUs, and we will work with best quality breeding for horses, and unhealthy horses should be taken care of, and good veterinary support to the idea. So I must say thank you, Gayatri, for introducing me to this concept. Rather being a minister also, I was thinking only on particular areas. So thank you very much, and all the dignitaries here, thank you very much for hearing me out, and all the best to this concept. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the objectives of the forum, the government is opening the arms. Now it is our chance to move forward and do our best towards the betterment of the industry. Moving forward, I would like to request our technical team to please play the short film on the introduction of Shri Jai Kumarji Rawal.
In the dynamic landscape of Maharashtra, true leadership is defined by the resolve to persevere and the vision to transform. Shri Jaikumar Rawal began his public journey as a municipal corporator, steadily earning the trust of the people to become a 5-term MLA from Shinkheda and a formidable presence in state politics. A seasoned statesman who bridges grassroots reality with global perspectives, his career reflects remarkable versatility. Today, as the Cabinet Minister for Marketing and Protocol, he stands at the intersection of Maharashtra's economic outreach and its international representation, working to modernize market access for farmers while upholding the highest standards of engagement and diplomacy. A strong advocate of equestrian heritage, he has played a significant role in promoting the Sarang Kheda Chetak festival, a tradition spanning over 300 years, bringing wider national and international attention to this historic horse fair. During his tenure as tourism minister, sustained efforts helped position the festival as an important cultural and tourism landmark, highlighting India's indigenous breeds and supporting the rural economy connected to them. In many ways, his journey reflects the very spirit of equestrianism: discipline, focus, and an unwavering sense of direction. From championing initiatives such as Digital Maharashtra to supporting the advancement of the equine sector through this forum, his leadership embodies the power of clear vision and sustained commitment. It is our privilege to welcome a visionary leader, a dedicated representative of the people, and a champion of Maharashtra's equestrian heritage. Ladies and gentlemen,
please welcome our Chief Guest of Honor, Shri Jaikumar Rawal.
So let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Shri Jaikumarji Rawal for his address. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Namaskar, a very warm good morning to everybody. Our chief guest on the dais, dynamic leader Srimati Pankaja Mundeji, who's the minister for many ministries, but today what is important is the animal husbandry minister of Maharashtra, Shri Rahul Karad, founder, convener of this August Forum, Ms. Gayatri, President Chetak Festival, Shri Jaipal Singh Rawal, Professor Nathu, President National Horse Breeding Society of India, respected Dr. Farooq Wadia ji, President of Ravi Reddy ji, our King from Bastar, Maharaj Bastar ji, Boni Kakur Sahab, who's an expert in horses, Colonel Sir Pratap, Brigadier Shekhawat ji, Jangjit Singh ji, and there are many other respected people from this field. I'm sorry, I don't know everybody's name, but it's a pleasure to welcome each one of you all. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, members of the equine fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege to be present here today at the Equestrain Forum 2026, especially being an avid horse rider and a horse lover since childhood. Truly, this is a unique platform that brings together the entire equine ecosystem under one roof. This is the first time this kind of thing is happening. I sincerely congratulate Dr. Rahul Karad for his visionary leadership and extend my appreciation to Gayatri Karad for her passion and dedication in shaping this important initiative, which has got a long term to go. I also commend MIT World Peace University for continuously fostering such a meaningful platform and many other such platforms. The relationship between humans and animals is deeply emotional and timeless. Among all animals, horses and dogs have always stood as the most loyal and trusted companions of mankind for centuries. A dog expresses unconditional love and devotion, while a horse reflects strength, discipline, and an extraordinary sense of trust with its rider. These bonds go beyond words. They are built on mutual respect, care, and companionship. India's history beautifully reflects this bond. We all remember the legendary Chetak, the brave and loyal horse of Maharana Pratap Singh ji, symbolizing courage, sacrifice, and unwavering loyalty. In Maharashtra, we are proud to carry forward this legacy through the Chetak festival at Sarankheda in North Maharashtra, which has a rich tradition of over 300 to 400 years. And as tourism minister, I was happy to help that festival reach global standards. This festival is not just an event, it is a celebration of our equine heritage, attracting breeders, traders, and enthusiasts from across the country. Its importance is widely recognized not only in Maharashtra, but across India as a vibrant symbol of our cultural and historical connection with horses. Friends, as India progresses rapidly across sectors, it is equally important that we recognize and promote niche yet high potential domains like this equine industry. It is something new. In fact, what we were talking, there's a total rebranding which I will talk in the question answer session. Platforms like this forum are crucial because they bring together riders, breeders, veterinarians, policymakers, investors, creating opportunities for collaboration and growth. India has a rich equine heritage with the indigenous breeds like the Marwadi, the Kathiawadi, that have played a vital role in our history and our culture. Today, equestrian sports are gaining momentum, and it is time we recognize the equine sector as an important contributor to both the economy and the sports ecosystem. We must also acknowledge that India has immense untapped potential to become a global hub for equine excellence. To achieve this, certain key areas need focused attention. One, encouraging youth participation in equestrian sports, formalizing this whole industry, promoting scientific breeding and advanced veterinary care, ensuring high standards of horse health and welfare, exploring opportunities in equine tourism and rural economy development, strengthening public-private partnerships for infrastructure development, enhancing international collaboration and knowledge exchange, increasing awareness and accessibility of equestrian activities, leveraging technology and research for better management, creating supportive policies, of course that Pankaj Atai is going to do, and structured frameworks, encouraging entrepreneurship and investment in this sector, building a sustainable and ethical equine ecosystem for which this platform is ready, strengthening training and skill development institutions. Friends, the equine industry is not just about sports or business. It represents heritage, culture, discipline, and a deep emotional connect. Just like a horse trusts its rider, we must build this ecosystem on trust, cooperation, and shared vision. In conclusion, I once again congratulate the organizers, especially Gayatri Karad, for this remarkable initiative. I am confident the Equestrain Forum 2026 will play a vital role in shaping, reshaping dialogue, policy, and innovation in India's equine sector. Let us come together with unity, vision, and commitment to build a strong, globally recognized equine ecosystem for India. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you very much, Shri Jai Kumarji Raval, for that inspiring speech. Moving forward, there are two very important additions to the agenda. First and foremost, the president of the Sarankheda Chetak Festival is here with us on the dais. Jaipal Singh ji se मैं request करूँगा to please come forward. He wishes to present a small memento of the Sarankheda Chetak Festival first to Pankaj Atai. He would also like to present a memento to Rahul Kararji. Sorry, my bad. So a big round of applause, Jaipal Singh ji, Munna Dada presenting the memento to Jai Kumarji Raval. I'll request Shri Rahul Kararji to please come forward. And also to the founder and convener of this function, Ms. Gayatri Karad. Ravi Reddy ji, please join us. Dr. Farooq Wadia, please join. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us Shri Ranjit Anna Pawar ji, who would like to present the GR, which is recognizing the Maharashtra's indigenous horse Bhimthadi pony as an official breed. I would like to call him forward, and he will be presenting this GR to Pankaj Atai. Joining him, Mr. Rohan More on the dais. Thank you very much, Ranjit Anna Pawarji. Moving on next, I would request now both the honorable ministers to stay on the dais for the panel discussion. I will request our other guests to please take their seats on the VIP tables. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards the first panel discussion, where we will be joined by Shri Jayakumarji Rawal, Honorable Minister for Marketing, Agro and Protocol, Government of Maharashtra. Then we have Srimati Pankaja Munde, Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change, Animal Husbandry, Government of Maharashtra and National Secretary for BJP. We will also be joined by a very senior President of National Horse Breeding Society of India, and I'll request again Dr. Farooq F. Wadia sir to please come forward and join the panel discussion. We will also be joined by Dr. Anat Sindhu, a very senior equine surgeon from Chandigarh, to please join us on the dais for the panel discussion. Yes. We also have Major General Vikram Sharma ji to please join us for the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate the session, let me call upon Mr. Cyrus Madan, ex-chairman and steward of the Royal Calcutta Turf Club, inducted into the Turf Authority of India Hall of Fame 2004, a very senior journalist and writer, to please come on the stage to direct and steer the panel discussion. Yes, you need the cordless mic. It's there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Horses have always been an integral part of history and tradition in India, and their exploits over the ages have become legends and part of Indian folklore. One of the greatest kings of all time, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, had an incredible bond with horses, and his love for horses is reflected in the stories and legends surrounding his life. He had 7 famous horses that were listed and are still remembered: Moti, Gajra, Indrani, Vishwas, Ranbir, Turangi, and the most famous of all, Krishna. They continue to live on in the hearts of all those and in the minds of those who revered the king's memory, and today the memory of those noble horses continues to inspire those to study the life of the great Maratha king. When it comes to talking equines, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you'll allow me to take a bit of poetic license over here, they say when you talk equine, you talk blood, pedigree, bloodlines. Well, I don't think you can fault anyone on this stage today who has the credentials to be here. A very, very warm welcome to our panelists, starting with Shri Jayakumar Rawalji, the Honorable Minister of Marketing, Srimati Pankaja Munde, Honorable Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Animal Husbandry, Dr. Farooq Wadia, President of the National Horse Breeding Society, but a man who has been in every aspect of breeding, racing, and the equine over a number of decades. And finally, Dr. Anat Sindhu, equine surgeon, Chandigarh, who's one of the foremost in surgery and taking forward veterinary science. So, ladies and gentlemen, we start repositioning India's equine industry, policy, perception, and the pathways of growth. And let's start with the youngest member on our panel, and that's Dr. Farooq Wadia. You've seen the equine industry in India evolve over the years, Doc. Where does it stand today?
Good morning, everyone. I can't speak for the entire industry because I only represent numerically what is a very small number, but it is an important number because it's been in the forefront of many initiatives, many battles with government, etc., etc. So I'm only 2 years away from being 90, and I'd like to say that this is a really, begin by saying that this is a really astounding performance to have got together this whole equine community here. It's never been done before, and I think it's a fantastic thing, and I'm very pleased on a personal note that it's happened at least during my lifetime. As far as our own industry is concerned, it to some extent, like all other sections, it works in a bubble. And what I would like to say is that whereas we all feel that all of us have been working in a fragmented manner, I'd like to use that, our own industry, as a paradigm. For example, it is conventionally thought of as being racing people on one side and breeders on the other. Now, I think this is a very false distinction. World over, people who are in administration are horse people, whether they are breeders or racing people. And what I would like to say is that at least in the small industry we work in, I would like this to be a stimulus to everybody working together. Also, I think that our industry has something to offer because it's been involved in negotiation with government for exports, quarantine, all that sort of stuff. And I think that we would be extremely happy to share whatever we've done and to work with everybody henceforth. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. We'll take you up on that as we go along. And if anyone of the panelists would like to respond to what is being said by one of the others, just step in and you can always move in on that. Dr. Anhad Sidhu.
Yeah, I just wanted to add
Sure.
that, well, I completely agree with Mr. Wadia. Now is the time where the horse industry or horse lovers, they all need to unite. Because now things are, I mean, you can see that there's a very small niche industry left. So instead of divisions being in horse riders, equestrian sports, breeders and all that, all should come on a common platform to see that how we can amplify the industry, amplify horse racing. And I think that's what Gayatri has in her mind while she was talking, that she's going to put out a common platform where the whole industry comes together for common causes. So that's an important thing what Mr. Wadia says. On the head with that, I completely agree with you.
Absolutely. You've hit the nail on the head, and that's what we're trying to look at, because it's such a diverse and large cross-section with everyone pulling in different directions. You've got horse racing, which occupies a very, very major place. You've got the equestrian eventing and dressage, which occupies a separate place. You've got polo, which is so important to the country and continuing that tradition. And then you've got the indigenous horse that is bred in India, who has never really received the sort of recognition that it should be given. So I think this is a great platform to try to bring this together. It does happen in other countries. It's not that it doesn't. In places like France, where French Gallop look after almost everything to do with the equestrian side of it. Unfortunately, here we don't have that. And we're hoping that this will be a stepping stone to bring together the entire equine industry. The next question goes to Dr. Anhad Sidhu. General Sharma, please.
I echo the thoughts of the Honorable Minister and also Sir, what he has mentioned. I would just like to submit two essential points. So first is the 1982 Asian Games was a time when the equestrian sport was introduced into Asian Games, and it was in India. It was held in India, and India won the gold in that, in equestrian. Ever since then, there has been participation by the Indian team in equestrian, and they have been performing exceedingly well. And especially when we look at last 15 years, where the Indian horses are not permitted to go abroad to participate in events abroad because of the you can say, fencing of the world community to not permit the horses of Indian origin to go abroad. So is the case even today. September is the Asian Games, and the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders of the nation are the Indian Army officers and Jawans. And Apurva Dabade, where are you? Just stand up, please. Yeah. So Apurva Dabade is an Indian Army rider who's ranked 4th in the country today. And but the horses are not being permitted to go abroad. So, as you all know, that equestrian is a horse-rider combination. And what falls short is that those people who go for a horse-rider combination to Europe, and they have to carry those horses, do their MERs from there, and then go and attend that calls for a lot of deep pockets or institutional funding, which is not there as of now. So what I'm trying to say is that all these things also need to be institutionally worked out, in which only then can your Indian horse be seen abroad. Till 2014, the Asian silver was won on an Indian horse. But ever since then, it has not happened. So we have created in the Remote and Veterinary Corps in Meerut the only certified equine disease-free compartment, which has been validated by WOHA, the World Authority. But the bilateral, you can say, agreement within the countries where the horses have to go, that never comes through. Again, a case in point is the Asian Continental Championship, which took place in Pattaya in December. Again, the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders were from Indian Army. But they could not go and participate because of the same issue. So I'm just saying that this is a very live issue. Even till on present day, 15th June is the day when the riding merit list has to be prepared based on the MERs. But my 1, 2, 3, 4 riders are in India. They can't go abroad. So these are the things which are very live and which must be addressed. Sorry for taking too much of your time.
No, you're absolutely right. And on the same front, please.
I really am shocked because why Indian horses are not allowed abroad, one has to see if there is something lacking with our system, that we are not able to quarantine horses enough or give them proper vaccination, keep them healthy so that they are accepted elsewhere or they are to be traveled. So that has to be taken care, and this is not something very brings pride to me or any Indian if that is the case, because if the rider is so used to his horse, and if you go there and you have to do on other, it doesn't even happen in Formula 1. You are used to one particular racing car. So this is a live animal, and if he is trained with a rider, it is impossible for the rider to do well elsewhere with the other horse or animal. So I will today itself write to PMO and Sports Minister of the Union Sports Minister so that they look into this matter, because now after our PM in this budget or last few years, we are seeing encouraging sports, encouraging global activities where our players are well trained and they are well equipped to go. So this is one of that very important issue, and I will myself write to PMO and take care of this.
So kind of you, ma'am.
No. I'll first write to PMO and I'll ask Sports Minister to revert on this.
Ma'am,
after this meeting, I'll take your contact, and team, your team of your experts can also go and meet Sports Minister of.
Absolutely. So I would again re-emphasize, please give a big round of applause for ma'am for taking this up so strongly. I would also like to, ma'am, highlight one thing what you just brought out. So we have a certified EDFC which is there in Meerut. So in case quarantine facility, vaccination, everything is there. The state-of-the-art facility which we have got. And only thing is that it does not happen because, let's say, Asian Games is in Japan. Now, the Japanese have outsourced it to a German company to do a particular way of importing horses, the passports of horses and all that. Now, because of which the European horses get the primacy, whereas our horses never get an opportunity to go abroad. So you beautifully put it across that it is like what Sir also brought out regarding the dog and the horse. The person who's riding it for 4 to 5 years, he knows each and every movement that he has to do when the horse will take the leap. And Apurva, where are you? Yeah. So he has trained a horse. He's Lieutenant Colonel Apurva Dhabade. He is a pride of Indian Army. And he has trained his horse in, please a round of applause for him. He's trained his horse for 4 years, and in a record time from 1 star to 3 star, he's number 3 in the country as of today. But he's still in India and he's not able to go abroad for the selection for Asian Games. That's the problem.
But just to take a leaf out of that book, on the other side of it, take horse racing, for instance, where you can't have horses traveling out of the country to take part because the quarantine laws are just so rigid and so strict that if I want to race a horse, say, in the United Kingdom, you first have to go into quarantine in India, then you spend another couple of months in Dubai, and then you finally get go across to participate, which makes it so difficult that there's no point because you're tying up a horse's entire career for that period of time, in which time he could injure himself and could get through. So what we really need to address is a joint footing together with the equestrian and the racing side of it to see how we can work with government. We can set up a bio bubble where we can have a quarantine facility and everything. But they should then be given that international status and recognition to travel. So we'll come back to you with that, and thank you so much for even considering this.
Our quarantine facilities or our bubble should match global standards also. So we also will try to enhance our standards as well. We'll see, we'll talk to government and globally how it is done. We'll see.
Thank you. Thank you. But to carry on now, a question from, can we have a mic there, please? Can we have a mic with the gentleman asking the question, please?
I think I'm loud enough. I would need a mic. My question is to General Vikram Sharma. We were talking about a quarantine facility based at Merit with the RVC Center. So I would like to know, is this facility only for the military or is it open to civilians too?
Sir, that's a very wonderful question. So it is open to civilians as well, sir. There was Bahrain, there was some, I think, horse racing which was supposed to take place. They approached us for using that quarantine facility to have the thing to go up to Bahrain. But because of the Middle East crisis, it didn't fructify. But it is open to anyone, sir, who has this facility to be utilized, and based on the whatever protocols and all that, it is available to everyone.
Taking it further from here,
yes, sir.
Let's say I bring in a horse to Merit for quarantine. Thereafter, do I still have to go take it to Delhi for further quarantine, or it can be sent out from there directly?
Sir, in case like what ma'am was trying to bring out regarding, and he was trying to bring out regarding the bio bubble, sir. So the policy is very clear. I've got 9 RVC officers I've got here today who are expert in breeding and everything. They are sitting in the audience as of now, who can give you the technical specifications of everything. But the broad point which I would like to make is that in case there's a bio bubble, you want to use the EDFC and take the horse there to Japan or whichever place, then that particular bubble is going to be monitored by the person who's actually going to carry out the transshipments.
And further on to there, what are our protocols with the foreign countries where these horses have to be exported? Do we have some sort of an agreement?
So that again depends. Like for example, ma'am, I would like to highlight to you also, we had a meeting with the Minister of Sport, the Secretary of Sports, Secretary of Animal Husbandry, Cabinet Secretary, and the Minister of External Affairs, and also the Ministry of Defense. We had a collegiate to address this particular issue, that let us say we want to send our horse to any country, how we can actually create this entire protocol thing. But then it is a bilateral MOU, sir. So let us say if I have to send it to Japan, it has to be a bilateral between MOU between me and Japan, sir. So it is like that, sir.
We are working on these.
We are working on these, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Jens.
I've just got a couple of things to add to this, Cyrus. So regarding the establishment of EDFZs, we've been working through the thoroughbred industry to create EDFZs for movement of horses in and out. So participating horses can come in, not just our horses going out. Because for international events, if we want to organize Olympics in 2036, we will need the horses to come in as well. For any other big international event, that is a requirement. And we've been in discussions with New Delhi and other state ministries. We've also had German delegates come in to discuss these points. We visited all the race courses, and now that we're sitting in Maharashtra with the concerned authorities, I would like to highlight that Mumbai racecourse has been considered one of the best options to develop an EDFZ. The water barrier gives a natural reef. It's a natural barrier for disease control and testing. If you go to any other places, you have to test 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Being in Mumbai, the water barrier is a big advantage. And the proximity to the airport is another big advantage. If you have in Meerut, then you have to ship the horses to New Delhi for an international airport. You have to set up testing along the way. I have worked with this when I was in Hong Kong, and we were setting up an EDFZ in China. And it's very difficult for us to do that in India, in densely populated cities like New Delhi or in Meerut. But the proximity of the Mumbai racecourse itself is a great opportunity. It's close to the airport. It has a water barrier. And we have the support from the ministers right now. So we can definitely work on that. And we've had European delegates who've come in and also approved that, or not approved that, but have considered that that would be a viable option. And what Sir has said about other countries getting a bilateral agreement, the European Union is the toughest barrier. All countries have a bilateral agreement with the EU, and they have the highest level of requirements. So risking a bilateral agreement with India and Japan, they risk their agreement with the European Union. So as long as we don't meet the standards for the European Union, the other countries won't fall in place. So that is the first target we should have as the European Union. And since they've agreed that we can work together to establish an EDFZ in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, I think that should be a workable action going in the future.
I think Dr. Wadia had something to add to that.
Small snippet only. Just to say that Bombay has already been used nearly 25 years ago as a quarantine facility for sending horses abroad. And many people may not know that Indian racehorses have performed well in that period in Malaysia, Hong Kong, and Dubai. And it was in fact a revelation. The other thing, of course, is that just to add to what you're saying, the European Union standards being what they are, this is seen as a benchmark. That if we can get past the EU, we're through for most places. And just to say that for some years, we've been having informal consultations from our industry, and we'd like to be able to share all this with you as well.
I also handle the protocol department. So in Maharashtra, all the council generals are in contact with my department. If there is a formal talk, we can start. If you want to start, I can initiate that for you. So if somebody takes up the, but somebody from your side on the technical part should take it up.
I think we'll shift now from the issues that we've just taken up and involve Jaikumar Rawalji once over here. The biggest problem facing the equine industry as a whole is the way it is viewed across the country and the way people outside the industry view it. On one side, it's looked at elitist. On one side, they say there's a stigma, none of which is actually true at all. It is a glorious sport. It has been there for years, but it has never received the sort of recognition and the sort of acceptance that we would have liked it to have. So, in your position, what would you suggest to reposition and rebrand this entire game?
Well, thank you for this important question. It was in my mind. I wanted to talk about this. I believe it is time that the industry as a whole reposition and rebrand itself. I mean, for years and now with the niche becoming even more smaller, this horse racing and horse breeding is now looked at something for the elite, something for the few, something for the rich, which is not the case, which is not the fact. In fact, from centuries ago, every farm and many farms in Maharashtra also have horses, and they use it every morning, to go to their farm. So I think we'll have to, the whole industry as such will have to work on rebranding and repositioning itself. I think it should be a, for all sectors, horse should be available. It should be dynamic, it should be inclusive, that everybody feels that there's something we need to be a part of it. It is obviously an heritage. I mean, if you look at history, for centuries one can't remember when man and horse, they've been all together for centuries. So that is a very important part. I think we need to get equestrian sports into the mainstream. It should be common for everybody. So that is what I would suggest. That would of course come by a couple of suggestions I have. First, I think we should treat it like a sports like any other sport. And then we should have some broader policies for these. And we should promote these policies alongside cricket or athletics. That way, even horse equestrian sports are common. Secondly, I would say that, we must also promote a modern and responsible image. So when horse and things come, I mean, and Pankaj Jathai, we've been working. So I remember as tourism minister on one side, I was promoting the Sarankeda festival. And one side there were animal lovers. I respect them and I agree to some of them. But the thing that, horses are being treated badly, and so that's not the case. There might be a couple of cases, but people love their horses. People treat horses as part of the family. So that kind of responsible image also has to be developed, and we should have some kind of SOP about that, and that should be the kind of image that, all horses which are there, they are well protected, they're taken care of, and they're part of people. The people who breed them or people who are with them, they love them. So that is the other thing which I would say that we need to do. And of course, branding is very important. We need to showcase equestrian sports, not just for racing and competition, but it should become like a blend of sports, culture, lifestyle, and something regular. So that is what it needs to be packaged as, not just for a few elite. The packaging is very important. And I think pan-India, we need to do that. We need to get people closer to the equestrian industry, making it more available to society at large. That is the repositioning we need to do. At the same, we should make it more commercially viable also. It should be a high growth sector. And we should also see that among the generation next, you will see that only a few are there. So it should appeal to the Gen X, or whatever we call them, Gen Z. So they should also feel connected to the equestrian industry. So we need a complete rebranding, repositioning from it's for the few and it's against the animal. We should make it where it's friendly, it's a part, it's a legacy, it's a tradition, it's a heritage, and for all. We'll have to make it more inclusive.
Thank you. That was, please, Gayatri.
So I would just like to add, we will require a lot of support from the Ministry of Marketing. In Maharashtra itself, we have Pune and Mumbai, biggest race courses. And obviously racing has been associated with gambling, which is why the image of racing has completely depreciated. And I would like to appeal to you that we should do something about that. Racing is, I mean, people say that, the horses are being tortured. And yes, we have some welfare issues, but if you go and look at the farms and how the horses are treated, they're treated like kings. And we must, from the ministry, have something, some sort of initiative where we can invite more people to watch the races, to be a part of this community. And also it gives a space for our mental health as well, because looking at horses, people become happier. We go back to nature, we go back to the soil, as I mentioned in my speech too. So that was, yeah.
I would just like to add, like last 41 years, since 41 years, the Delhi Horse Show is being carried out in Delhi, and there's almost 2,000 children and the ladies and the lot of communities. They come from all over the country. They take part in the Delhi Horse Show, and it has got wide visibility. So where I feel children as young as 5 years, 10 years, they do hack rides, and so those type of things, I think introduction will have great visibility also, and also acceptability to everyone. So I think that, like the show which we saw the video of, it's amazing, the tent pegging and all that which was happening. It is amazing. I mean, the visibility is there. But percolation down to the school level and the government school levels also, where the children don't have access to the equines. So India has got the largest population. Therefore, it has got the largest footprint. Like you see Yashasvi Jaiswal, you see the people who are coming in the IPL, and Vaibhav Suryavanshi coming from grassroots and performing so beautifully. So here is a platform which we can, I think, use, where we can give that type of a publicity even for the equestrian to come up in a big way.
Anand, you had something?
Just a couple of things, like the minister mentioned sports. So I'd like to highlight that the Honorable Supreme Court of India has already called horse racing a game of skill and not betting. So that a lot of people aren't aware of, and that is something we need to promote to change the perception that it's not a betting game. And the other thing is promotion of rural sports. Not just elite sports at a higher level of equestrians and racing and polo, but also rural sports. And in fact, Punjab has taken a step forward in promoting local horse racing, local horse events as a rural event. And the other thing is about perception that Jangjit Singh Jinatawat had mentioned earlier, that we're not just a racing industry, we're actually a green industry. As a farmer and a breeder, I can also tell all my hay, all my oats are organically grown. And I would say that'd be true for most of the people. We are nurturing the soil. We're not using pesticides. We're not using harmful chemicals. We're actually a green industry. We train skill. A lot of the grooms that come to us are completely unskilled. We're imparting skill, we're training. Gayatri had earlier mentioned that there are 50,000 grooms in India. I think working in the Middle East, there's another 50,000 Indian grooms in the Middle East who are actually sending foreign exchange back to India and contributing to our economy on an everyday basis. And not just the Middle East, we have Indian boys, Marwari boys working in the UK, in Europe now, in Japan. Australia, I've had work riders from India who are doing very well, exceedingly well, and they're proper horsemen, and they're actually sending money back to India, which is great for the exchequer as well. So we need to promote all these things, all these facets of the equine industry to rebrand ourselves, to change the perception of the people.
Okay, these clubs have to be saved. And because these clubs are going down and that the taxes are so much, the breeding industry now come down to like what I had when I had started off working in the industry. There was some 1,400, 2,000 foals every year. Now it come down to 600, 700, and it's going down every year. Mr. Satish Iyer can tell you. I think you should speak about this.
Yeah, this is exactly what the point I had made when I had been given the chance to speak this morning. In 2000, we would produce close to 1,800 foals, which is now sadly come down to about 850. So this is something which I'd also like to talk about. And somewhere in the year 2012, the industry had conducted an economic research. The total number of people who are working in this industry and are dependent on this for their livelihood. That's something Dr. Farooq Wadia can emphasize upon. So that study I think we should do again and see how it can be better. It's been a while that that has been done.
Thank you. So, rebranding, repositioning. Ma'am, if I could take the liberty of just putting one more question to you, which is that the equine industry in India, as we've said, is so diverse and fragmented, and it has never been cohesive. It's never moved together. Gayatri has managed to get everyone together today under one roof. Do you think there could be a government involvement with this, which would be able to receive this on a common platform to see how we can cohesively move together to overcome the problems that we were talking about?
Actually, I very practically look at everything. For me, this is elite people's area, and I do not dislike it. Some areas should be specifically for elite people also, because today, if you are investing in something which has life, it is A, costly, B, it has to give you something back. So why I think number of equestrian animals, or what, I don't know the terminology, is getting less day by day, because practicality and investment and the cost of having animal of this sort is not very easy. And if you have a cow, if you have a buffalo, if you have a sheep, if you have a hen, whatever, it gives you something back. But this is totally a passion-driven thing. So unless it gives you something back, a lower middle class or higher middle class will not go for it. Let's accept it. It is either a person who has passion, or that's why we should have these racing games and sports encouragement on. We should not totally discard it. It is not a common man's thing, according to me. Because you get a bike for 40,000 rupees, but you don't get a horse for 40,000 rupees. Right? What is the cost of a basic horse, which is less, like not the highest breed?
I think add a couple of zeros.
And the best is... No, but that is not serving the purpose. If a best breed horse has to be got by a common person, it is not a very easy. So let's make it clear that it is for certain purpose. Ek to breeding karo, enhance the breed. Secondly, sports, make it, as very rightly mentioned by dignitaries on the dais, then make the sport very commonly accepted by people. How we have bullock cart races in Western Maharashtra, we have, that's very famous. So people specially breed their bulls for that, they strengthen them. So so we have to make this something sport driven thing for normal people to accept it. So 2 lakh ka animal lena bhi aaj farmer ke liye is not a joke. It's not only 2 lakh animal, it is also feeding that animal, giving vaccination, taking care of it. And horse is such a royal thing, it has to even look handsome. It doesn't have to be just be, acha, gotem, it's not like that. It is just in my backyard. It has to look, it has to shine, it has to look very impressive. So I think let it be a elite thing, and let's make it a sport thing and let's make it a breeding thing. So we can also have good breeding farms, we form clusters, and we export them. Why not? For that we have to break these international barriers. Why our horse can't travel. If our horse starts traveling, maybe we will be able to provide horses up elsewhere. So we have to look at it in a very practical, today's time need. It's not a transportation method anymore. So, and it is not, even wars, we are sitting at home and you are seeing the war, no? Nobody's going with the sword there or on elephant or a horse. People are sitting and on remote control, they are fighting wars. So today's time, how horse and equestrian forum can be evident. So I think we should have a forum which will discuss this for a while. Let them take a year or 6 months and come up with some ideas, and then we'll work on it. That's how I look at it.
Ma'am, just to add, ma'am, like it is a very fact that it is an elite sport and for the elite category. But I know like 15, 20 sitting here along with me. Like I started riding in Pune on the streets. From there, with the passion drew me to the Indian Army. So now I mounted with the horses and able to pursue my passion. In the same way, I know many who are from very average family who are getting their skills developed. So now it is like a mechanic. Like you might be having a Ferrari with you, but if you don't know the mechanic who will fix it. So there is a parallel market or parallel scope for the other people also who are not from the elite category, but still this sport is there for everyone. That's what I wanted to bring. And for that infrastructure, like ma'am, UP government made that F1 track in, I think so, 2011-10. In a similar way, for the equestrian, particularly I'm talking about the equestrian like the show jumping dressage, if there is an organized like corporate house or the government house, if they start building the infrastructure more, where you can have a more riding centers like the one, I think so Ranjit was mentioning, supporting the riding clubs and all. If you start giving or start making the infrastructure for these riding clubs, you have start having more competitions, it will absolutely get more accessible to more people.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I just said, because even you're from army background, right? So you're passionate about something. So there are people who are sitting in this room are all passionate about maybe horses. So we have to develop this passion. We have to make it more local for people. And then we have to find out areas where we can encourage horse breeding and we can have it as a sport of that particular area. What I'm saying, it's not only Mumbai racecourse or Pune racecourse. It should be beyond that. So we can identify Kolhapur, where rich people stay. Also, they also will engage, and it is for normal people. It is breeding. Breeding can be their source of income. They will start breeding the horses. They will be guided. They will be subsidized also. We do have certain schemes in National Livelihood Mission where we 50% subsidize them. But it is not very famous amongst farmers right now. So to make it famous in youth, so we have to rebrand it. We have to, there is no need for them to have, like it's not going to give you milk. It's not going to give you any benefit. So what we do, okay, it's a sport thing, or it's a cluster development around that area, then there can be a mode of for them for income. So we have to identify areas which are tourist points. Then we can encourage this, how I just said, bullock car races and all very famous in Western Maharashtra. So we have to identify, then we will make it, but it can't be like every village. We have to make clusters. Absolutely. Which will be encouraging this. So the same thing I said. So we have to have a study on this. We must be having also, but we have to now look at it as a confirm upcoming scheme. Then only we'll do it. Otherwise, we are so busy making roads and do this, that, and we're having electrical cars. So we are so machinized people now. We are so much focused on our machines. So we have to make it for local or cluster area, all these developments, then start farms, breeding, giving them all the equipment, subsidizing this. So this will be encouraged, and I'm sure the numbers will be changed.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, taking it on from where Apurva said infrastructure. Now to create infrastructure for any equestrian activity, be it racing, rural sports, we need land. Unfortunately, I have been associated with Maharashtra because I started land infrastructure. Now, to run any horse show or even racing, we need land. we have a lot of land with the forest departments. Unfortunately, there is a law which does not permit the horse into any forest area. I don't know why. You have all other animals that can go to the forest, but the horse. So if we open these areas, we can, improve things by organizing equine tourism in certain areas. We can allot certain lands within the state for horse riding activities. Like in Pune recently, I've done 2 shows. One was at Pimpri, the District Equestrain Championship. A month ago, we did the Mayor's Cup here. But our biggest problem was getting land to organize such shows. Where do I stable my horses for a show like this? And the total availability to organize even a show jumping or a tent pegging event was very restricted. So can this be considered by the ministries under environment or under the sports?
Environment. It has nothing to do with environment for sure, nothing to do with sports. But the forest area is so restricted because we are really having issues with forestation. We are making deforestation has happened so badly last few decades because we are having so much infrastructure in our state. We are having highways. We are having even the urbanization is there. So now you see, like you are a very senior person. You must have seen Pune a few decades ago, and now there is change. So this is not a very healthy change for our country. We are working on, by 2047, we want to have zero carbon. So we are working on really serious issues where a human cannot breathe. So there, I don't think we can touch forests. But there are some breeds which are wild breeds in horses maybe that can happen. That can be done under forest laws. That can happen.
No, that's exactly what I'm getting to. Is
Yeah.
if you're permitting all the other animals in the forest, all animals are there in the forest.
अपना माइक आगे लेंगे.
मैंने कहा आप सब जानवरों को तो फॉरेस्ट में जाने दे रहे हो, घोड़े को क्यों नहीं जाने दे रहे?
हम कौन से एनिमल्स को फॉरेस्ट में जाने दें?
एनिमल्स फॉरेस्ट में ही है मैडम.
हम फॉरेस्ट से अंदर से बाहर नहीं आने देते. अंदर जाने का तो कोई विषय नहीं है.
What I would suggest that instead of looking at forest land, there are many other lands available. There are pieces of land.
I mean any land I would say.
Yeah,
can
so
be allotted.
the concern is, ma'am, the concern is they're looking at some land available. So wherever the departments and the government has some land pieces, we'll try to work out where it will be feasible for both.
For that we need a policy. That's what I was saying, that we need a committee which discusses and then creates a need for this for
No, in fact,
more people.
I agree with you that we need to deliberate and discuss on the issues. And then we need somebody, see, as she mentioned rightly, we are not horse experts. I used to ride as a kid and I love horses, but we are not experts. So here today the main intention, what I understand by Gayatri, is to set up a common platform. And of course MIT has a good name and it's a huge university. In fact, I've heard that, I'm not sure, but you all are formalizing a course in horse riding or maybe horse breeding. So it's such a huge step. So you come with a degree, I'm an expert in horse, equestrian stuff. So that's very good. I mean, a big round of applause to MIT if you all are doing this. You're formalizing this. So many people have traveled abroad, just to find some job in this sector. So this common platform, what Gayatri told both of us, that she intends to use this platform to deliberate, discuss on issues and problems, and then get a white paper of what you expect from the government. Once we know about what you all want, we can go in that direction and we can sort some issues out. Definitely.
So I would like to just say, so we are working on a policy report. Post this conference, all of the topics that will be discussed, we will do an in-depth study and give you statistics on what the equine industry can do for you for Maharashtra as well. And the skill development center we are working on is for grooms and farriers. It is an informal sector, so we are trying to formalize it in some way or form through 3 to 6 month courses and then allocation to different farms.
You can have a web page also where people generally can put in their suggestions, and then you'll collect that, formalize it, and then Honorable Minister is there, she can work on it.
Absolutely.
We'll all work together.
Absolutely.
My submission and suggestion would be just take very, very technical people, one who understand today's need of it. Everything has to be designed today. I know the wars were fought before on the horses, races. There was source of entertainment also less then. No, now we are sitting in front of TV and seeing everything. So you have to today design for today, and it will be welcomed, I'm sure, because there are so many people in rural area, rural areas or little urban areas. Youngsters would like to join this. This can be a really good skill development for them. And breeding can be a biggest business. And I said, unless we do export or we talk about elite along with middle class or lower middle class breeding, having farms, and then use it for racing or sports activities, this will be a fantastic design. And maybe you will be the person who take it ahead.
Absolutely, ma'am. So, learning even from the Arabian horses in the Middle East, we have our Marwari horses, which can be a symbol of royalty and power all around the world. At this time, we are not allowed to export our horses, which is why the revenue isn't as much. But if we are able to work towards, absolutely.
Horses export होंगे तो वो business होगा और business होगा तो horses breed होंगे तो लोगों के लिए passion बढ़ेगा.
Exactly.
आजकल passion is financially driven भी होगी because they should afford it, and government is there because there is a subsidy for this in National Livelihood Mission.
Yes.
So we are doing it mostly in Rajasthan, Punjab, but Maharashtra we should encourage. We, as I said, we are more into bulls and that. That's all.
I think I'm,
small thing about this notion of elitism. I'd like to say, and I'm sure all my colleagues in various sorts of breeding will say, that breeding is not an elitist activity and it should be regarded as an industry. I will just give you one figure that from our own side of the industry, some years ago, it showed that the direct primary employment on farms comes to about 3.25 million man days. So I think we should please think that breeding is to be regarded as an industry.
Exactly what I said. Breeding is a skill development. It can be rural. It can be given to farmers, and but rest of the things is let one be racing be elitist and sports be for all. So breeding can be for all, and that's what I said. It's not for elites, but the best breeds can be bought by elites. Why not?
I agree.
Why we are
partly.
discarding elites? They are also running the economy, no? Because they are paying taxes. That's why we are. Why we are anti-elites in horses? We shouldn't be. It should be elite and middle class and everything. So when we start breeding horses, it will be a rural entrepreneurship maybe. That will, if this works well, we will include in our scheme also. So it can be rural entrepreneurship, and the horses can be taken by people who have money. So how can we totally discard one sector which is buying all this? We should give them also little round of applause because they are only keeping it alive.
I think we take just one last question.
Dr.
from the floor.
Wadia,
Yeah.
I just want to add, Dr. Wadia, that I agree with you what you're saying, but like it or not, the kind of branding or the kind of image of equestrian sports is like, it's for the few. So that is what I said. We need to, this forum is also going to work. We all are going to contribute to see that, make the society at large understand that this is for everybody. And it's so common. Even that one, this one has horses in his house. So we're going to make that common. We'll put it on social media. So I talked to her, and we'll have to rebrand, reposition ourselves. So though what you're saying is a fact, but in people's mind, and they have something different. Yeah.
Yeah, one last question from the floor, or two? Okay. Go ahead.
Hunting, riding. So this is kind of a thing can be included over here, and into the curriculums over here, along with the Ministry of Tourism and Animal Husbandry. This could be a good thing for people from the utility aspect of horses. Not only the breeding is the thing which can give them returns. This sector can give them better returns. A lot of foreigners, India is a beautiful country with great landscapes. And if this can be promoted, I'm very sure this can bring laurels to the sector.
That's why I said very specifically that we need to identify clusters. For example, if we talk about religious experience, so our religious areas like Kedarnath, Badrinath, Vaishno Devi, people are going on horses, right? But they are different horses. They are, what do you call them?
Mules.
Mules, right, yeah. So that's why I said you have to identify areas, and accordingly you have breeding centers there, and it can give local people employment. But if you're breeding around Mumbai and Pune, we have to think about differently, because it is for racing, maybe it will be, because it depends on the cluster you're developing. If you're developing a cluster in Himachal, it can be experience of riding experience. This can be added, then you have to, it's not animal husbandry or his department, it will be then coming under skill development, it will be a lot of security also, you have to wear helmet, all these things we have to be very careful, the horse has to be trained well, so that training can be a skill development, that can be also a job for the people. So that's why we need to identify clusters. In Maharashtra, now we're talking about Maharashtra, and if Maharashtra does this, something like this, generally people replicate in other states. So we can think about Mahabaleshwar, can be a cluster. So it's a tourism also, there is space also, there is little land also, races can happen so that's why some breeds can be entertained in Mahalakshmi race course, and some breeds can be used for local races and local people. That's why it has to be really thoroughly studied. And I don't believe in this elite and low. I think everybody contributes. The taxpayers they have to be respected. We can't just say, it is not for poor, it is not for deprived people, that's why it's not welcome. How we are cross-subsidizing deprived sector is because taxpayers are giving us tax, right? So we are sitting in this room, we cannot totally emit elites. They are going to be really more participating passionately about this purpose. So we should respect that. So that's why we develop clusters which are meant for that particular area. And we'll give them those breeds to multiply. That's how I was thinking.
Ma'am, taking forward from what you said, based on the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of vocal for local, ma'am. So there are two sectors which we've identified. One is Zanskar, which is in the Leh Ladakh area, sir, and the other is in Spiti, Lahore Spiti area. So the local ponies of that place are being now breeded for our military use. Because
even yaks.
Yes, yaks.
I went to China border, I was sitting on a yak, it was also experience,
Yes.
right?
So the Zanskar pony and the Lahore Spiti pony is being now taken a way forward to have, because their lung capacity, their strength, everything is so beautiful. So you're absolutely right, the cluster system will work.
One last question from the floor.
Yeah, this is not more of a sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Who's it?
आपण भीमथडी बाबत बरस भीमथडी घोड्यांबद्दल बरस काय करू.
A little louder, please.
भीमथडी घोड्यांबद्दल आपण बरस काही करू शकतो. जसे बैलगाडी रेसेस होतात त्याच्यामध्ये टांगा रेसेस आपल्या ग्रामीण भागामध्ये बऱ्याच फेमस आहेत. त्याला ऑर्गनाइज केलं तरी ग्रामीण भागामधले जे घोड्यांचे लवर्स आहेत म्हणजे ज्यांच्याकडे भीमथडी आहेत ते होऊ शकतात. बैलांच्या पुढं जे घोडे पळतात ते पण भीमथडी आहेत. आणि जास्तीत जास्त आता घोडे जे जात आहेत हिमाचल प्रदेशला जात आहेत, काश्मीरला जात आहेत आणि त्यासाठी ते टुरिझम वापरण्यासाठी म्हणजे डोंगरावर चढण्याची यांची जी क्षमता आहे त्यामुळे ही घोडे आपले सगळे हिमाचल प्रदेशमध्ये जास्तीत जास्त जातात. तर महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आपले 400च्या वर किल्ले आहेत. प्रत्येक किल्ल्यांवर जर आपले जर ह्या काश्मीरसारखे जर आपले घोडे डेव्हलप करता आले तर तिथले त्या लोकल लोकांना त्याचं काम मिळेल टुरिझम वाढवण्यासाठी. आणि ते किल्ल्यांना हिस्टॉरिकल आपण महत्त्व प्राप्त करू शकतो की हे 1600 वर्षापूर्वीचे जे वॉर घोडे आहेत ते आपण व्यवस्थित त्याचं दाखवता येईल. आणि जे टांगा रेसेस आहेत त्याला लिगली आपल्याला गव्हर्नमेंटकडून सपोर्ट झाला तर ते ऑर्गनाइज पद्धतीने करता येईल. त्यामुळे रुरल महाराष्ट्रामध्ये ह्या घोड्यांचं महत्त्व वाढवता येईल आणि हे घोडे सांभाळण्यासाठी आणि किमतीमध्ये हे स्वस्त असतात, त्यामुळे ते सामान्य लोकांना परवडतं.
अगदी छान आहे तो पण कॉन्सेप्ट. म्हणूनच मी म्हटलं क्लस्टर. आता भीमथडीचा क्लस्टर असेल, तो कुठल्या एरियामध्ये चांगला चालेल. इकडच्या किल्ल्यांवर आपण एक्सपिरियन्स देऊ शकतो की लोक घोड्यावर बसून किल्ल्यावर त्या काळातले लोक कसे एक्सपिरियन्स करत होते, पण त्याला सिक्युरिटी मेजर्स पण घोडा उधळलं तर मग पुन्हा त्याचीच बातमी होईल बघा. सो वी हॅव टू बी व्हेरी केअरफुल अबाउट सिक्युरिटी मेजर्स आणि ट्रेनिंग द हॉर्सेस. दॅट्स वाय इट कॅन बी अ टोटली डिफरंट ॲव्हेन्यू, प्रॉपरली डिझाईन बाय ऑल, पर्यटन विभागाने, सगळ्या विभागाने मिळून त्याचं प्लॅनिंग केलं पाहिजे. तेच मी रिपीटेडली तेच सांगते की आधी आपल्याला प्लॅनिंग केलं पाहिजे आणि मग याला अप्रोच केलं.
Okay, the last. I'm sorry. There's been someone behind you standing for the
छोटा
last 5
मुलगा
minutes.
एक बिचारा हात वर करतोय. तुमचं लास्ट क्वेश्चन.
One second. Just one second.
यूथ साठी आहे ते.
Yeah.
Ask and he also ask. चलो.
Yeah. So it's not more of a question, it's just a suggestion to Gayatri ma'am. The way we have got all these people together, I think a couple of suggestions were that the sport needs to be focused, we need to make it as a sport and we need to rebrand it. I have a suggestion which I had spoken with Rohan also like 2-3 years ago, that why don't we have a kind of an invitational competition. I speak for equestrian, by the way. Maybe dressage, show jumping, because eventing is a bit difficult, but maybe dressage, show jumping, why don't we invite the top 15-20 people and have like a competition so that, and we can really promote it, and I know MIT has the best resources and the power, and we can make it a success. So to bring the focus on the sport, why don't we call like 15-20 of the top, and we'll do something about the funds, I think.
Absolutely. Kamlesh, so basically for the next Equestrain Forum, we are working towards having a competition as well as the conference together so that it attracts more audience and, we boost
We'll
it.
work on it. I think it's a good tangible outcome that, and people will see that how good jumping is done or how good dressage is done, and then the appreciation will start, and then inspiration will happen. I think
we're working on it.
Yeah.
Thank you
We'll
very
work
much. Because of the paucity of the time and ministers have
Well,
got
I'm
schedules.
sorry to disturb.
Yes.
You, please, I don't want any injustice. You were standing, it is insulting.
I am Gajendra Pal Singh Bosana. I am the president of All India Marwadi Horse Society from Jodhpur. Ma'am, I have been representing the Marwadi horses on all various fronts along with the other societies. There are certain things. I go all over the country representing interest of the indigenous horses. So they are slightly different to the racing world. Yes, you can call them as, big identities, and they are very valuable assets and industry of our nation. They do a lot to supplement of the support that you give to deprived. So here are some things that I want to put you to. That is your recommendations for the indigenous horses. Income of indigenous horses should be exempted or taken or considered as a part of agriculture income. These are important points that you can send to the government of India for indigenous horses. Because the fraternity back there, the people who I represent are not so affluent and not so, they don't have the right kind of means. Second is research for diseases. The state, NRC is here. I've been a board member at National Research Center on Equines. They're doing their bit of the researchers. We need to do researchers. When there is a voice for export of horses, you can't export without eradication of diseases. So you must initiate some kind of a research for eradication of diseases, especially these parasital diseases. Third is the insurance policies. Insurance policy is another sector which you can look into and advise your ministry to look into so that they can subsidize breeds like Bhimthadi in your area, Marwadi, Sindhi. There are so many other indigenous breeds. Then the racing. We need to include these indigenous breeds also into the racing. They have been bred for a purpose, but now they look into us for giving them another purpose. Ultrasound scanners. Before you just came in, ma'am, this is important thing for you. I don't know whether you're aware or not. Ultrasound scanner is a very important tool in diagnosis of a disease or a state of pregnancy. Here the government has come out with a law that the scanner is not to be carried out. The animal has to go to the vet, to the scanner, rather than the doctor or the vet going to the scanner.
here I would also differentiate because the thoroughbreds are easily, they are slightly cool in the head, they are easy to get into the trucks and be taken to the hospital, but the Marwadi and the other indigenous breeds are very scary of these vehicles, transportation and everything. So I propose that you have mobile vans with these scanners which can go to problematic animals and they can get themselves treated. So this is a major law because even gazetted officers, these veterinarians are, they are treated as culprits if they carry a scanner, which is a very important tool for treatment of an animal. So I suppose you must look into this matter also. Then you have to policing. Because of a single episode of that Shaktiman horse breaking its leg somewhere, you have stopped taking horses into the policing system. That is one very important factor which you need to do. And for mob control, there is a problem of controlling the mob everywhere. Policing is becoming a menace. So you should increase and recommend the government for increasing of purchase of indigenous horses for policing. They are a vital tool for these things. The last one will be supporting the, when we register horses, be it Bhimthadi, be it Marwadi or be it any breed, we pay a handsome amount to the RWITC, for which they do a DNA process. So because of that amount, breeders are not, the rural breeders of indigenous horses do not have that money to pay to the thing. So if they can be subsidized in some way or the other. And the last but not the least, even after so many years of independence, ma'am, this matter I've been raising on all fronts. We've been seeing the symbol of slavery, the British horses being paraded in front of the nation on our independence and republic days by the PBG. Why don't we have the contingent of indigenous breeds? They are such beautiful Marwadi horses, they are such beautiful Kathiawadi horses, they are such beautiful Bhimthadi horses. We've lost all the saddlery that we used to have. We've lost all the artisans that used to make that beautiful Indian saddlery. There was a saddlery of Maharashtra. Where is it? It's gone. So we need to look into these matters. And I'm sorry I took your time, but these are very important
all your
points.
suggestions are welcomed. As I said, as a minister, or even as I'm also before a ministry, you can sit down. I'm an industrialist also, and you are from Marwadi horses. Marwadi आदमी तो कभी loss नहीं करते. So whatever doesn't make loss to the nation, to the state, to the people of the nation, we should encourage that, and we should talk about today. What is today? And when we are talking, one hand we are talking about globalization, one hand we are talking about using arms. We are talking, having tie-ups with Israel for armed forces. So sometimes we should welcome every handsome breed from elsewhere also. अभी वो चल रहा है 15 August 16, तो उसमें हर चीज में we can't just behave this way. We should welcome whatever is coming. हमारे यहाँ हम लोग आज हमारे ऊपर आपके ऊपर कोई भी चीज़ इंडियन है कि नहीं, I am doubting. आपका चश्मा नहीं होगा, घड़ी नहीं होगी, आपका ट्राउजर, आपका फैब्रिक, nothing. Then why we only sometimes make very Indianized? Sometimes welcome, mixed breed करो, cross breed करो, handsome looking dogs पैदा करो, कोई बात नहीं. अगर इंडियन आदमी नहीं, dogs, horses का strength बढ़ाने के लिए cross breed करना है तो करो. अभी हम इंडिजिनियस काउस को एनकरेज करते हैं बिकॉज इंडिजिनियस गाँव के अंदर उनके गोबर में, उनके दूध में बहुत अच्छी प्रॉपर्टीज पाई गई हैं, इसलिए वो कंजम्पशन के लिए अच्छी है, मेडिसिन के लिए अच्छी है. देयर शुड बी अ रीजन बिहाइंड एवरीथिंग, नॉट फॉर एवरीथिंग वी कैन से दिस इज बिकॉज इट इज इंडियन. बिकॉज हम भी तो वी आर ऑल्सो मार्केट फॉर द वर्ल्ड ना, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट बीइंग ओनली इंडियन और स्वदेशी विच आवर मोदी जी सेइंग, तो हम लोग धीरे धीरे वो चीज़ भी लूज कर जाएंगे. सो वी हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई कौन सी चीज़ इंडियन करनी है, कौन सी चीज़ क्रॉस करनी है. सो ऑल दीज थिंग्स व्हाट यू सजेस्टेड विल बी एनकरेज ओनली व्हेन पीपल विल एक्सेप्ट दिस एज अ livelihood. So for that we need breeding, everything. Then subsidy is there only. Only thing people are not going for it. So it's called branding, rebranding, talking about it, recreating everything. So I think what Gayatri made the film in the beginning we saw, what was it? Recreate, rebrand and whatever, recollaboration, whatever you do it, and which will be welcomed by all. So this is beginning, and beginning to the achievement is a journey which is very turbulent, but it is fun. It's fun to ride. So you all the best. We'll also be part of it. Now I think I'll also request you all to hurry up because I have a meeting in Pune.
Thank you very much. And I think we've had a very meaningful discussion. Thank you both for all the time and response that you've given. Basically, what we're looking at to sum up is that we've got ourselves a combined platform placed before the ministries, something that can take this forward. And let's use this as a positive stepping stone to take the matter ahead and make this a success. Gayatri has set it up. Now it's up to us to take it forward. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Cyrus. A quick round of felicitation. First and foremost, apologies for those who could not get the mic. We have set up individual bites for every guest. You will get a chance to put forward your views and they will be noted and sent as a report to the ministry. Please don't worry about it. First and foremost, for the felicitation of the panelists, I will request Maharaja from Bastar, Kamal Chandraji, to please come on the dais to felicitate the very learned and experienced Dr. Farooq Wadia ji. Moving forward, to felicitate Dr. Anhat Sidhu ji, I would like to request Mr. Maninder Sethi ji, the editor-in-chief of La Polo magazine, to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Anhat Sidhu, senior equine surgeon from Chandigarh. We also have Major General Vikram Sharma ji on this dais. I will call upon Dr. Nitin Virmani ji, to please come on the dais and felicitate Major General Vikram Sharma ji. Now to felicitate Mr. Cyrus Madan, senior journalist and writer from Kolkata and a wonderful panel moderator, I would like to request Dr. Firoz Khambata ji, top veterinarian from India, to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Cyrus Madan ji. With that, the panel discussion comes to an end. And thank you very much, all the panelists. I will request you to take your seats in front of the dais. We would like you to just stay for 5 more minutes. Yes, please. I would like to request the technical team to play the short video of LTC before Dr. Rahul V. Karad sir addresses the gathering. Yes. Life Transformation Center is a unique vision of Dr. Rahul V. Karad sir, the Executive President and of MIT World Peace University and founder of MIT School of Government, BCS and National Legislators Conference. You will get to see what the LTC stands for in this short video.
Today's youth lives in a strange paradox, surrounded by consumerism, constant comparison, and pressure of social media. They appear confident and successful on the outside, but inside, many feel exhausted, confused, and often alone. In the pursuit of a good job, a perfect image, and visible success, they keep running. Yet in this race, the mind weakens, self-belief begins to shake, and the deeper meaning of life slowly fades away. Without even realizing it, many young people find themselves trapped in anxiety, stress, and emotional fatigue simply because they are never given the space to pause, to turn inward, and to truly understand themselves. It was to heal this inner fracture, to bridge this growing distance, and to reconnect young minds with their true selves, that Dr. Rahul V. Karad envisioned the Life Transformation Center, LTC. This vision is deeply inspired by the life values of his father, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, and his mother, late Urmila Tai Karad, where education is not merely about building a career, but about shaping character, balance, and human sensitivity. At LTC, 5 carefully designed experiences work together to bring about inner transformation. Time spent with nature and the soil teaches that life is not about haste, but about patience and growing. Sports and fitness reconnect young minds with the energy they had forgotten. Through teamwork and leadership, students move beyond ego and discover the true strength of collaboration. True patriotism reconnects them with their nation, their roots, and their identity. And spirituality introduces them to inner stillness, a rare and powerful gift in today's restless world. As these experiences unfold, wide transformation begins. Inner conflicts start to settle, the noise within grows softer, thoughts become deeper and more conscious. Students begin to understand themselves, not just from the outside, but from within.
घर पे सब कुछ बेहद आसानी से मिल जाता था, यहाँ पे सब कुछ खुद करना है, तो वो सारे टीचिंग्स के लिए काफ़ी थैंकफुल हूँ मैं, हमें यहाँ पे लाया और ये मौका दिया कि हम सब कुछ नया एक्सपीरियंस कर सकते।
हम लोग हमारे खुद के रूम्स भी डेली बेसिस पे साफ़ कर रहे थे, वॉशरूम साफ़ कर रहे थे, एंड दैट क्रिएट्स अ पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट ऑन आवर सराउंडिंग्स एज वेल एज ऑन आवर माइंडसेट.
And when the journey comes to an end, there is a new light on their faces, a glow that comes from inner clarity. They no longer look only for a career, they seek direction.
When I did agriculture, I went to the fields and I saw what farmers go through every day just to make grains to our plate. I was really grateful, I was really thankful.
जैसे ही हम लोगों ने फ़ोन सबमिट करे, हम लोगों को पता चला कि डिजिटल लाइफ से बाहर निकल के भी, अपने कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर निकल कर, there are many things to do. हम लोगों ने सोशलाइजिंग की, हम लोगों का जितना पोटेंशियल भी नहीं था, उससे ज़्यादा हम लोगों ने दिया.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just saw the unique vision of Dr. Rahul V. Kararji. How we are able to connect the students, the Gen Z to the grassroots with the LTC initiative. Let's hear it from Rahul V. Kararji.
Thank you, Professor. Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Gariyasi. On behalf of the bodies of trustees and our revered founder, first of all, let me welcome Honorable Minister, Madam Pankaja Ji Munde, the Minister for Animal Husbandry and Environment. Thank you, Madam, for your time. We truly value that in a very short notice, you both, and Honorable Minister, of course, Jayakumar Ravalji, what a fantastic amalgamation today that all such luminaries here, they all blessed Gayatri, and last almost 1 year, she's trying to assimilate everybody, and I do not have much knowledge about this, as some 50 years back we were having one horse in our house in the village, and which is a very traditional in the village system. And my father also, when he was young, and there used to be 5-10 horses all the time in the villages roaming, and without the saddle he was having a very passionate, and he used to get a lot of wounds to his leg as a farmer's family, and he was passionate, and he used to, so those some memories what we have heard in the villages. And so some of those concerns already we raised here in front of the Honorable Minister, and Wadiaji, and all you guys have blessed. And this particular gathering is very pious. I see that, for every such activity to evolve, I think the co-creation is the most important. First start is that people coming together, and I think not that because Gayatri is my daughter, but I think she demonstrated her, last her passion, and when she was, but she developed this liking for the horses. But she was equally, she said, if I want to do something, I want to train myself, and that's how she went to England and got trained, and at some level, some with little injury, at present she's not riding. But I want, as an educationist, as a university system with some 100,000 students, my dear friends, I can only say a few points that in the whole discussion, I think the machine of the education system, which is one of the world's biggest machine, my dear friends, as a school education system or a higher education system. How do we use this machine for the transformation in this particular domain? That's what I'm just want to make a mention in front of you. And the HRD ministry, madam, your government is very beautifully trying to do many such things. Before previous government also have contributed. We have come a long way after 77 years of our independence. But I think 2-3 ministries coming together, and we have many such other areas wherein some beautiful points some of your colleagues already have mentioned how that sort of breeding can be improved, and more number of horses can be developed in the future. I mean, so you people just as a just active citizen of this country and a normal, I belong to a farmer's family. I have a feeling that definitely, madam, you said about the elite sports. How do we develop that culture so that the rural India, urban India, in the ancient time of Shivaji Maharaj, and that relevance is one relevance, but in today's time, how and what way our younger generation, the demographic dividend in particular, I feel how we can really sensitize them. Because horses में जो जादू है ना, मुझे मतलब एक कोई भी हॉर्स की तरफ हम देखते हैं तो पता नहीं उसकी एक अलग एनर्जी है, और हम सब देखते हैं कि इवन प्राणियों का जो प्रेम है और उनका जो एक अट्रैक्शन है, हम सबको उसके बारे में बच्चों को और नज़दीक लाना चाहिए। तो 4.5 करोड़ बच्चे पूरे भारत में 12वीं के बाद के इस देश में पढ़ रहे हैं और लाखों बच्चे स्कूल एजुकेशन में पढ़ रहे हैं। तो इसके ऊपर एफर्ट होके शायद गवर्नमेंट जैसे कुछ एरियाज़ में एक कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के लाते बर्डन के नाते उस इंडस्ट्री में पैसे भले ही ना हो, लेकिन उसके ऊपर सोचता है। वैसे कुछ हद तक in the initial to propel this very thought, I think some support system from the government can be developed, and we can really think, and what vision Aditi, my daughter Gayatri, of course, sorry, I said my wife also, Dr. Aditi is sitting here. So Gayatri has thought about that shaping the future for equine industry. So I just want to add one word, and you all maybe agree with me that I'm saying here the shaping and democratizing the equestrian, this sports industry. How do we do that? The democratization, so that the masses also can think about. Of course, Honorable Minister put forth his point about the elite sports, definitely, but further I think because of the paucity of time, she has a lot of ideas, because her father herself was a farmer. I mean, he was such a senior politician, but in her family also he was a rider, and many such those memories I'm sure she must be having in her mind right now. And with that very without much effort, I want to tell you that the government machinery to communicate about many such other activities. I think when there is a competition, there is a growth in some sector, but these two leaders, they truly understood the importance quickly, and you all have sat here for some time and reciprocated quickly those actionable points. So that is something very important. I feel that this is a great beginning, my dear friends. And Gayatri has one thought which she mentioned, that the biannual some convention she wished to take it further or something like that. But still I feel that all Wadia Sahab, all बाकी भी सभी जितने भी लोग, मिर्जा जी, आप सब लोग जो भी गायत्री को गाइड करके ये जो collective wisdom आप सब लोगों का, she just instrumental, and that's how she's taking it ahead. So I suggest that this platform has definitely kicked off, and if at least for 1 or 2 years, if you can think, Gayatri, to do it annually, and further you can think about biannually, so that the momentum goes on, and that is something very crucial. It is very difficult for people to come together as an educationist, and as I have been running this university, the ecosystem of our institution as a managing trustee, I have experienced many such other platforms and things like that, and what little Life Transformation Center film, what you saw here, we have developed some 5 pillars for the students' transformation: the team building, leadership, agriculture and nature, spirituality and peace, sports and physical fitness, and patriotism and nation building. All the second year of our university system students, they go for 7 days camp. The mobiles are taken away. They live very simple life, they work in the farm, and so many other aspects, and we are teaching them the minimalism. to go forward, come little backward. And in that sense, I look at this and I requested Gayatri that she must think that how and what way this animal love for the student community can be increased and how, what way the horses we can use it there. So she has a lot of emotions and, very, very emotional for the horses. And I pray that this platform evolves with a full spirit in the days to come for the transformation of our country's equestrian industry. And this perception about rich and elite, how do we change? So I think this democratization of this platform, Gayatri, please keep in mind. And thank you so much, my dear friends. Your continuous association and support, definitely Gayatri will take it ahead. That is my confidence. And as a university system, whatever support is needed, I'm here with her also and all the forum members and everybody. Thank you so much. Good luck to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this enlightening inauguration session of the Equestrian Forum, it is my distinct honor to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the Equine Collective to everyone who has graced this occasion with their presence and support. First and foremost, we express our deepest gratitude to our chief guest of honor, Shri Jai Kumarji Rawal, Honorable Minister for Marketing Agro and Protocol Government of Maharashtra, for his support and participation in the morning's proceedings and the panel discussion. Srimati Pankajaji Munde, Honorable Minister of Environment and Climate Change and Animal Husbandry, Government of Maharashtra, for her presence and for sharing her valuable insights and support to the forum during her address and during the panel. We are also profoundly grateful to Shri Jaipal Singh Ji Rawal, fondly known as Munna Dada, President of the Chetak Festival Samiti, for his gracious presence. Also to Dr. Rahul V. Kararji, Executive President of MIT World Peace University, for his inspiring address and vision in making this conference a reality. We would like to thank our distinguished panelists who contributed for a thought-provoking discussion earlier. Dr. Farooq Wadia ji, Dr. Anat Sidhu ji, Major General Sharma ji, and also Dr. Ramanathan earlier, and Cyrus Madan ji for his expert steering of the panel discussion. A special thanks to Gayatri Kararji, founder and convener of the Equestrian Forum, for her welcome address and for her dedication in bringing this collective gathering. We acknowledge the support of the following organizations and entities: MIT World Peace University, of course, the Poonawalla Stud Farms as for their generous support, the National Horse Breeding Society of India for their selfless support, the Nanoli Equestrian Pune for continuous guidance, the advisory panel of the Equine Collective that has been the backbone for us to think and conceptualize the first Equestrian Forum. I must take a few names without failing: Dr. Hasnain Mirza, Yashnan Khambata, Gaurav Rampal, Rohan More, Diana Al-Shahir, Dr. Ravi Reddy, Mr. Bernard Dueni, and Yuta Putz. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. Now I will request the technical team to please play the national anthem before we conclude this inaugural session.
शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you very much. We will request the guests and the audience to stay. I will also request all the guests I will request the ministers to join us for the lunch and request all the guests and delegates to proceed towards lunch. Thank you. We shall request all our delegates, our guests, our speakers, and of course the ministers to join us for the lunch. sessions by really, really learned people from the equine industry.
insight into the same. The horses shaped the subcontinent's military, social, and economic landscape. It was not native to India in the Holocene period. Some remains of terracotta fragments and bones have been found at sites in Gujarat around 2400 to 1700 BC, from the times of the Indus Valley civilization. The horse was crucial to Indo-Aryans around 1500 to 500 BC in the Vedic period. The Sanskrit term Ashwa is frequently mentioned in the Vedas. In mythical warfare and epics like the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, the horse is associated with warriors like Arjuna and Krishna. In the medieval period, high-quality cavalry horses were imported from Central and West Asia. Horses were bought through overland routes like Kabul and Kandahar and via seaports like Goa. They were highly sought by regional kingdoms and later the Mughals. Let's take a brief look at different branches of the Indian equine industry. We've had quite a lot of discussion this morning on problems in the indigenous breeds. Despite relying on imports, regional breeding developed, giving rise to specialized breeds such as the Marwadi and Kathiawadi in Rajasthan and Gujarat respectively. In addition, the Manipuri and Zanskari breeds evolved in the eastern and northern regions. Maharana Pratap's legendary horse Chetak, who fought in the Battle of Haldigati in 1576, was a Marwadi. Today, there are 8 indigenous horse and pony breeds as recognized by the ICAR, National Bureau of Animal Genetic Resources. These are namely Marwadi, Kathiawadi, Kutchi, Sindhi, Bhimtadi, Manipuri, Bhutia, Spiti, and Zanskari. As per the 2019 census, there are about 3.4 lakh indigenous horses and ponies in India. This constitutes a 45.2% drop from the population in 2012, in 7 years. The main reasons for this drop are reduced utility, mechanization, and urbanization. We heard references to this through the morning session. A stud book of indigenous horses has been started in collaboration with the Stud Book Authority of India. So while people talk about very widely priced, highly priced indigenous horses, the actual fact is the numbers have decreased and decreased quite markedly. Polo. The birthplace of polo is Manipur, with the Imphal Polo Ground being the oldest in the world, reportedly dating back to 3500 BC. So whether our association in India with the horse is 3500 years pre-Christ or 2400 years pre-Christ is open to question. There are 29 polo clubs and 4 arena polo clubs registered with the IPA, Indian Polo Association, with 200 registered polo players. Jaipur and Hyderabad are the hubs of the Indian polo scene, with HPRC, Hyderabad Polo and Riding Club, having staged the World Arena Polo Championship in February 26. A little known fact is that Team India emerged victorious in this championship just a couple of months ago. Riding clubs. This is the one ray of light for the Indian horse. In the early 1990s, there were about 90 riding clubs registered with the EFI. Today, there's been a greater than 5-fold increase with over 500 riding clubs registered. These are mainly centered around Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan. And in an otherwise bleak scenario, there is hope here. Thoroughbreds were introduced into India by the British, and racing gained popularity in the early 18th century when racecourses came up across the country in British cantonments. Horse racing and breeding in India accounts for around 3% of the total horse population, with the main concentration of these horses in Maharashtra, Haryana, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, followed by Rajasthan, Karnataka, and sadly Tamil Nadu, which had a large number. That has ceased to happen with the loss of 2 racecourses and the shutting down of the farms that were registered in Tamil Nadu. As per the Indicus Analyticus report published in 2011, there were 71 breeding establishments in India. Today, there are only 51. The size of the thoroughbred foal crop in 1991 was 1,892. Last year, it was 854, as Mr. Satish Iyer pointed out this morning. The total number of runners across the country in 2005-06 was 3,826. In 24-25, it was down to 2,754, a drop of over 1,000. Across the board in the thoroughbred industry, there's been a precipitous drop in numbers, which can be directly related to the punitive taxes levied on horse racing, first with GST and then being clubbed with casinos and hit with a crippling sin tax. This in spite of a Supreme Court judgment in 1996 classifying horse racing as a game of skill. Dr. Anand Sidhu referred to this. In 1999, 42 Indian thoroughbreds and in 2000, 45 Indian thoroughbreds were exported overseas. Exports are practically non-existent today. The thoroughbred horse industry in this country provides about 1 lakh jobs, both direct and indirect, related to the race clubs and breeding establishments. A lot of this labor benefits the rural economy, women, and the lowest income groups. This, in a nutshell, is where we are today. So what is the way forward and what are the main issues we need to consider? Global integration and biosecurity. In this regard, the establishment of an equine disease-free compartment by the Indian Army at Meerut in 2025 is a welcome step, but comes with its own drawbacks, as General Vikram pointed out earlier this morning. For a country the size of ours, we need regional EDFZs to be set up in Mumbai, Bangalore, Kolkata, with access for civilian use. Dr. Des Layden, who pioneered much of the initial air travel of horses, will be addressing us later this afternoon. He'll outline the One Horse, One Health approach and will talk about facilitating global movement of horses and dealing with health and bureaucratic protocols. As a sidelight, when we approached Dr. Des Layden to speak today, he was more than happy to speak. And 2 or 3 days later, he called me. They have a small stud farm in Ireland, and one of his mares had had a problem foaling, and they were scared they were going to lose her. So his wife, who's the main driving force behind the farm, Marianne, she researched the pedigree and found a connection with a Nanoli bred called Temerity. So he asked about whether there were any fillies from that family that they could re-export to Ireland. And I had to inform him that Temerity belonged to Mr. Shamruya of Equestrain, but I'm sure they would be more than willing. I said there are so many hurdles in sending horses to Ireland, that thing. But Des is if anyone can do it, Des can. And he said, no, we'll find a way, maybe through Turkey, but we'll find a way. So I believe discussions are ongoing with Mr. Gaurav Rampal, so let's see where that leads. Conservation of indigenous breeds is another subject of importance. I'm not an expert on the subject, and I believe Mr. Gajendra Pal Singh Posana will be speaking to us in a short while from now. Emerging opportunities in sports and tourism. Polo, show jumping, 3-day eventing, dressage, horse racing, and equine tourism are all fields with vast scope for expansion. Experts across these various disciplines will be addressing us over the weekend. Scientific breeding and technology adoption. I'm excited to announce that Dr. Anand Sidhu is in the process of establishing a commercial equine embryo transfer unit in Bathinda, along with 2 specialized equine large animal surgeries. He'll be speaking to you later this afternoon, followed by young Dhruv Anchan. I first met Dhruv around 12 years ago as an amateur rider who wanted to specialize in dressage. Today, he's part of groundbreaking research into equine cardiac health with Dr. Celia Marr at Rossdale and Partners in Newmarket, England. His journey is fascinating, and I look forward to hearing his story. Economic support and livelihoods. It's critical for livelihood in rural and mountainous areas, as in caring for pack animals in Kashmir and Ladakh. The welfare of these working equids is of prime importance. Mr. Mark Burnell will be speaking to us online on equine welfare later this afternoon. So the challenges are a declining equine population, infrastructure shortage as in vets, farriers, equestrian coaches or trainers, and fodder scarcity. So how do we go about facing all these myriad challenges to sustain and strengthen a 1,500 or maybe 3,500-year-old association with the horse? So far, the approach has been for different branches of the Indian equine industry to work in individual silos. A united effort is the need of the hour, as there's a commonality in many of the problems we face. Together, we have a far better chance of dealing with bureaucratic hurdles and moving forward. Ms. Gayatri Karad brings fresh vision in trying to unite all these disparate entities on one platform. Her effort to educate and upskill the Indian equine related workforce is to be greatly appreciated. An interesting sidelight, when I first met her, I asked her, how did you get into horses? And she said, as a young kid, she wanted to be a boxer. So her dad said, that's too much of a contact sport for a young girl. Why don't you start riding? The loss of Indian boxing is the gain for the Indian horse. I wish her venture great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for that extremely insightful address. Now it is my privilege to invite an essential pillar of the equine world, horse welfare. I would like to welcome Mr. Mark Burnell online as our first speaker for this session on welfare standards and ethics. Sir is an experienced horseman, licensed racehorse trainer, and accredited equine dental technician with over 30 years in the industry. A former president of the Equine Dental Association of Australia and Victorian House Council, he has played a key role in the industry leadership, crisis coordination, and representing the interest of the border community. I now invite Mr. Mark Burnell to share his insights on this important subject.
Okay. If we could go to the next slide, please. And the next slide after that. So I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here today. You go to the next slide, please. As the President of the Australian Horse Industry Council, we're involved in the National Horse Traceability Implementation Task Force, where the federal government back in 2019 wanted to understand the possibility of forming a national horse traceability network. The two racing codes have very sophisticated traceability systems for their two herds of horses, which are the thoroughbreds and the standard bred or trotting horses that are used in harness racing. But the recreational sector, there's a lot of different registrations, whether through performance organisations or breed societies, and so it's fairly spasmodic, but there is a network of traceability systems. Before this study was undertaken, there was no absolute understanding of the entire equine population of Australia. And if you were to Google it, the answer would be between somewhere of 800,000 horses and 1.8 million horses. My main concern is when it comes to disease in particular, you can't manage what you can't measure. So we've got the funding for this research project to look at the size of the horse population, but also to get into the economic and social value of horse ownership and engagement. Similar size and scope studies have been done for both other racing codes, so they have a very keen understanding of how many horses are in their population, where they are, how much employment, how much economic benefit to society, but they've got the added layer of the value to government through gambling, which the non-racing sector, of course, doesn't have. Along with this increased interest in what people are doing with these horses, with our horses, there's a worldwide push to improve welfare outcomes for all horses. And there's the shift, which I'm hearing in the very interesting discussions today, that in India, as has happened in Australia, the move from where horses were used for enterprise and business to very much a thing of pleasure and enjoyment. Could I have the next slide, please? So, and the next slide after that. Biosecurity, welfare and traceability are all interlinked. And the thing that the people that are perhaps a bit negative about horse ownership and have great welfare concerns is they don't appreciate what horses mean to horse owners. And this is something that our survey touched on, and it really is a clear pathway for improved mental health outcomes, and horses are total value of around 15 billion puts the recreational horse sector somewhere up there with the Australian Grand Prix, the car racing, Formula One car race that's in Melbourne. But this is spread over the entire country of Australia, so from a government perspective, this is a very thin spread. The US did a similar study a year before ours was landed, and they're very much seen as a government advocacy and lobby group. They estimate that 10% of America's farming land is devoted to either housing or keeping horses or growing feed for horses. horse ownership isn't in the prize money or winning in the blue ribbon, but it's the fact that you own it and you're making a connection with another living thing. And perhaps for a lot of people it does ground them. Next slide, please. So I'd like to thank you today. The thing to remember that this forum is an excellent opportunity, and you are undertaking a process that no other country that I can think of has been able to achieve. And certainly in Australia, we have 4 major equestrian representation groups to government. They're the Thoroughbred Racing Group, the Harness Racing Group, Equestrian Australia, which manage our Olympic teams and our World Games teams, and then we have the recreational sector. The members of the Australian Horse Industry Council, which I'm a representative of, are either breed groups like the Arabian Horse Society or the Welsh Pony and Cob Society, to the performance groups such as polo, polo cross. We have a national sport which involves cattle called camp drafting. It's one of the largest throat sports in Australia. So it also brings a biosecurity risk when we have the sports that include other animals and the mixing with other animals such as the Western events, cutting and the camp drafting, ranch pen, also use cattle as well. So it's really important that you, if you can, by being together, encouraging collectivism, that you become a powerful representative voice to government on behalf of all horse enthusiasts and all horse owners. Because the problems you all share individually are truly shared together and best represented to government as one voice. But I'd like to thank you for your time today and welcome any questions.
Now we'll move on to our next guest. It is a pleasure to welcome Dr. Nitin Vermani, a distinguished professional in veterinary science representing the National Research Centre on Equines located in Haryana. In today's session, he will present a holistic picture of the prevailing disease conditions in India, along with valuable insights into the work undertaken by the NRCE in the areas of disease control, prevention, and advanced diagnostics.
So, good afternoon to one and all the august gathering of the galaxy of the luminaries from the who's who of the equine side, the breeders, the racing club people, from the polo side, the army, and all of you. Very good afternoon. And this has been an opportunity for the National Research Centre on Equines to be giving a talk over here. And although I was given a talk on the disease control and mobility, but I thought it that I'll tweak the title a bit and put it like building resilient systems for equine health and the mobility. They way forward from the ICR National Research Centre on Equines. Because I want to showcase what all ICR National Research Centre on Equines has been doing from last 40 years in the country, especially focused towards the health research and the kind of research that we have put in, especially towards developing the diagnostics, towards the vaccines and all those things. So over what needs to be done at the face of the outbreaks, but all we have been doing through all these years. And of course, I'll be switching to the next slide. Of course, so already Dr. Reddy has talked about this Indian equine population, and we can see there has been a remarkable decline in the population from 1.14 million reaching 2.55 millions. And the decline has been perceptible across the various sectors, whether we talk about the horse and ponies or the mules or the donkeys. And nearly 50% of the decline overall. However, some places in the state-wise, if we go through, we see some contradictions in these population numbers that are there, and of course, the latest census is not yet out, and we hope that that will be more taking care of the exact numbers that we have exact picture. So. So if we talk about the states, what all states are having the maximum number of horses and ponies, we look towards the Uttar Pradesh first of all, which has got the large unorganized sector, that is followed by Rajasthan. Bihar surprisingly has got a lot more numbers, but I seriously doubt whether we have such kind of numbers in the Bihar state. Of course, Maharashtra has got a lot of equine population. And from here I'll be shifting towards, one second please. So if we talk about the species other than the human beings, the greatest mobility has been for the horses. It brings opportunities, but alongside that, we have a lot of risks. We talk about the emerging diseases, we talk about the existing diseases, and we talk about the transboundary animal diseases. So all kind of examples are there in front of us. If we think about the transboundary diseases, Australia is the big example in 2007. 1999, the West Nile virus over there. Then this equine influenza in the country in 1987. Then again in 2008-9, and very recently also. So these are the examples which are glaring examples, and they have got a whole lot of issues involved with them. And the mobility is both interstate, across the states, and the global also. So the risk comes along with it, and also the socio-economic impact. And the more is the loss of the reputation if we have a big disease coming out into the country, as had been pointed out in the morning also by Major Sharma also about this thing. So these all are big risks which are involved with this travel and all. And stakes are very high. Whether we talk about the heightened vulnerability, the great financial loss in the terms of the value for the highly prized animals, but the value varies for individual to individual. For a poor man, the value of the pony is as good as what is there for the people who are in the prestigious places and having the high valued animals. So it is all variable. The perspective of the things are different for each and every one, and the financial consequences are high. And of course, like I said earlier, there is a loss of the credibility, the reputation for the country also, and it gives a long lasting mark on the country for a long time. Yeah. So through this place, I'll be moving towards what National Research Center on Equines has been doing all these years. We had 1985, the National Research Center on Equines coming up in Hisar, then followed by a production campus at Bikaner in 1989. And then we have another center, which is a National Center for Veterinary Type Culture. Many of you are not aware about this development. And this is a bank for the veterinary microbes, and we have got a collection of more than 5,000 microbes with us, which are across the veterinary side, including the viruses, the bacteria, the parasites. So many pathogens are there which are banked with us, and they are being used by the students, by the researchers, by the industry for developing the vaccines and so on. And NRC has been working with the mandate of improving the equine health. Of course, the production aspect is also inculcated into it. And NRC has been striving towards always the betterment of the industry, and we have got the Sardar Patel Award by none other than the Prime Minister of the country in 2015. And we have around 32 technologies spanning across the vaccines and the diagnostics that we have developed. We have around 29 patents which are with us, which out of which 13 have been granted. Then of course I talked about the NCVTC. Our labs are NABL accredited, and ISO 17025 accreditation is there for our labs, which includes the pyroplasma lab, the pathology lab for the equine influenza, and the bacteriology lab for the glanders. And apart from that, in next coming months, we are going to have the entire health sector, the diagnostic labs in our institute, which will be ISO 17025 accredited. And of course, we are going to start up with the LIMS also, the laboratory information management system, in next couple of months, so that you'll be getting all the reports online only through just clicking your buttons. And Of course, we have this prestigious thing that came up last year, that we have this World Organization of Animal Health referral status for the Paroplasma lab, which has been granted to us already in 2025, and two other labs, the lab on equine influenza and lab for the glanders, we have been pursuing for it, so that we can have a referral status for these two diseases also. And these are our labs. If I just want to give a glimpse of the labs to you, we have the World Reference Lab, we have a Center of Excellence for Genome Editing, we have a BSL-3 facility, which worked like anything during the COVID outbreaks, and we tested nearly 2.5 lakh samples during the COVID outbreak when there was no vaccine, nothing across the country. Our people were working towards the diagnosis for the COVID also. We have state-of-the-art laboratories. I have highlighted this validated assays. Validated assays I'm saying because unless and until you have very good positive and negative controls with you, you really are at the perils. I don't know, means you can have a false declaration of the outbreak, and you might miss out something very important, and which can be really disastrous for the any industry, for any organization. And we have this testing facilities. Multitude of tests are available for each and every disease, whether we talk about equine influenza, we talk about EHV1 and 4, equine infectious anemia. So for each and every disease, we have got multitude of tests, whether you are asking for the antibody assays or for the virus neutralization test or the molecular test. So we have got all these facilities developed in last 40 years, through which we have been working and trying to give the industry the diagnostics and the diagnosis results. And we are a national referral laboratory for the equine infectious anemia, influenza, rhinopneumonitis, Japanese encephalitis, West Nile, pyroplasma. So all in all, we have practically every disease covered which are prevalent in the country, which are causing risk to the country, and also we have the platforms where we are working for the transboundary animal disease also. And in next few slides, I'll be showing about what all has been done at the face of the outbreaks by the country, by the National Research Center on Equines, and what all needs to be done. I can understand that we had a sumptuous lunch, and it must be torture for you guys to be listening to me, but I'll try to keep the talk short and make it interesting for all you guys. And so for talking about the first thing that came into the industry also, organized industry for the first time in last 30-40 years, whatever known to me, and this is the first time the glanders has struck the industry, and it has really given a bad name. The reputation for the country was really at stakes. And we have been working hard for this glanders disease. National Action Plan was developed in 2019, but it had certain shortfalls. Sir Pratap Singh ji, Dunlod ji, Pusana ji, all of you know that we worked very closely for last 1 to 2 years so that we have a revised National Action Plan for glanders eradication. And through that, we have tried to develop exact decision-making tree. Nothing is perfect in the world. It is an imperfect world. And we have to keep on improving ourselves, keep on revising the things according to the needs and requirements of the industry, of the scientific deals that we have to go for. And so that National Action Plan has exact decision-making tree. And of course, because initial had the 5 plus 20 kilometers of the area of notified zone, which was hurting the industry badly, so we got it reduced to 2 plus 8 kilometers. However, yet my personal interest was it should not be more than 2 kilometers, but somehow it has been done 10 kilometers for the present. But if we strictly talk about scientifically, it should not be 1 or 2 kilometers. 1 epidemiological unit is sufficient enough if we are having a proper standstill or proper control of the movement of the horses. If you look at this picture, this year I made a map of the country from 2017 to 24 and then 25-26. You can see over here in the downside, I have made a circle. These are the states where we had all of a sudden the outbreaks in the country. I think we got the first samples in October or November from here, and then started the real things coming out, and we had these major outbreaks coming in these 3 places. And of course, the organized industry had a lot of losses coming out because of this movement. And of course, if I give you a holistic picture of the glanders in last 10 years, we have, if you can see on the left side in the graph, we have been testing nearly 20-30,000 serum samples. It is not a small number. And again, we have to test many samples. So in all, it becomes more than 40-50,000 samples, 60,000 samples that we have been trying to work through all across the year to see what exactly the picture of the glanders is there. And if you look at the right one, over 2018, we had some 420, 425 cases, and we had through a lot of surveillance work, a lot of taking care of the outbreaks, attending the outbreaks, we had brought the numbers significantly down to 34 by 2024, but unfortunately there is a slight increase in 2025. If I take you back to the previous slide, you can see that Uttar Pradesh was always a hotspot for the activities, but surprisingly the last year we didn't have even a single case coming out of Uttar Pradesh, and that is a brightening news, to something to cheer about. And if we keep on having something of this kind continuously for next many years, I think we can even think of eradicating the glanders from the country. Of course, it requires support from the industry, from the state and university departments. NRC alone cannot go for such kind of thing. Next journey, I'll take you to another example of equine influenza. In 1987, we had a first outbreak where the north of the country was involved. Then we had 2008-9 outbreak where 14 states across the country were involved, and industry was again in perils. We had a lot of losses due to the stoppage of the racing industry, racing and all. You must be remembering all these dates, but maybe many of you, rather most of you, might not be even aware that we had these outbreaks again in 2025 in the country. And the dates are very specific when we talk about the equine influenza. 24th of March, it was a Sunday morning, I talked with director of the Uttarakhand State Investment Department. I asked him that we are getting some seropositivity in your place. Are you having some clinical pictures which are simulating to that of equine influenza? He said, no, we don't have. The very next day he called me up. Yes, we have some coughing episodes and some febrile outbreaks in some places. And immediately after that, we requested them for the samples. 25th of March, we get samples. 26th of March, we give them the report. 27th of March, they have already declared the standstill in the state, in spite of the fact that this pilgrimage yatras were about to start with. And you can see, if it is a situation like this, how are you expected to control the disease? You have hundreds and thousands of the animals conglomerated in the small places, and a lot of yatris over there, the pilgrimage people, and then you have to deal with the situation over there. So what we thought best was that if we get the samples from Uttarakhand to Hisar, which is around 300-400 kilometers, and then send them the results, it will not be a very prudent thing, will not a very, it will be doing a lot of delays for us. Slides are not moving. So what we did was we started immediately we made some temporary laboratory stuff at Srinagar and near the Rudraprayag, and one in the Rishikesh for the testing. And in next 20 days, we screened more than 28,000 samples, serum samples from these animals over there. And the secretary of the Animal Husbandry Department in the state of Uttarakhand was fortunately also a veterinarian. And then the director was also there with us. So we took control of the things over there in the next 2-3 months, and touchwood, nothing came out of that state, but for a small spillover outbreak from there into the nearest Najibabad and Bijnor area in the UP. And after that, we have not heard of any outbreak. So this is how we are supposed, if we have some exigencies, we need to work on these exigencies in this manner. And in spite of the fact that equine influenza is such a contagious disease, we had been able to control it to a single state. And when we went ahead with the virus isolation, taking care of the sequencing stuff, that where the origin of the outbreak came, to trace this virus movement, we found that the northern borders again were the place from where this outbreak had filtered through into the country. And then of course, I have been talking about what all diseases are prevalent in the country and how we are trying to take care of those diseases. That is what I have put in my slides over here. And next is the equine herpes virus. All of you have been confronted with the equine herpes virus infections in your animals, whether we talk about the myeloencephalopathy, whether we talk about the abortions. We have the vaccine also, and NRC has also developed a very nice vaccine which has been given to industry also. And we have diagnostics for EHV1 encompassing the serological assays, the qPCR, the virus isolation, the VNTs and all those. And latest we have brought a very sensitive assay. This is a recombinant polymerase assay, as good as the real-time PCR for those who know about this kind of assays. And its sensitivity is as good as the real-time PCR. And it is a field side test. Only a small equipment, a thermal block is required, and you can do it in a matter of 30-40 minutes. So that's a big breakthrough that we are going to come up with, and of course we are looking for the partners who can help us in taking it there. Next is the Japanese encephalitis in West Nile. If all of you remember that in 2012 we had a lot of confusion in the industry, in the organized sector about this disease, West Nile virus. Initially it was thought that it is a West Nile virus, but NRC was very categorical in informing that it is a trypanosomosis, the SARA outbreaks, and after that I got it confirmed from one of the famous neuropathologist also in Italy. I sent the slides to him also, and he also confirmed that this one is nothing but the SARA. So this is how we have been progressing. We have again a lot of assays which we are using for the diagnosis of the Japanese encephalitis and West Nile virus. And to this August gathering over here, I'd like to inform that we are seeing a sudden spurt in the Japanese encephalitis cases. And right now, NRC is working towards some field-based assays also, and we are also trying to go for developing a vaccine candidate which can be used for the Japanese encephalitis. Of course, for the human beings, the Japanese encephalitis is there, always a problem in the country, comes in the seasonal monsoon season and all. So right now we are working with these assays for the Japanese encephalitis. Equine infectious anemia is no longer there in the country. 2012 onwards we have no outbreaks, and recently we have made a draft for the freedom status for the equine infectious anemia, parallel to what has been done for the African horse sickness, if we talk about in earlier years. If we get the freedom for it, you need not test your animals, n number of animals, completely keep on testing all the animals for equine infectious anemia. So that will be a very good thing for the country that we have the freedom status for one more disease. So this is going to be there with the WOHA in next couple of months, and maybe if they agree and we have put the entire data from all these years, so that can be a good exercise that will be helping us in the future. SARA is always there in the country across the species, whether we talk about the horses, the cattle, the pig, or any kind of species. So for this also we have been developing good things, and we have seen some decline in the incidence of the trypanosomosis in the country in the recent times. And the big thing is that we have been able to devise a multi-species assay for the this, and this has also been commercialized, and it can be used by the industry on its own. The next big problem I know every one of you in the organized sector is confronted with is the Theileria equi, the pyroplasmosis. For this we have the World Referral Laboratory, and we have got plenty of assays, again the lateral flow assay, the IFAT, and all those assays with us which can be utilized for the for this attending these cases of the pyroplasmosis in the country. And of course we have a single episode of the Babesia covali also, which came from, I think most really from Gujarat or somewhere. I don't know. So practically speaking, all the respiratory routes, whether we talk about respiratory, the venereal, the vector-borne, we have been trying to cover all across the routes there, where the chances of the infection can be there, the transmission can be there, the spread can be there. And from that, we are taking the wisdom to make more diagnostics, more assays, so that we can help the equine industry in whatever best way possible. Additionally, we have the testing facilities, although I have not shown them for the equine viral arthritis. For African horse sickness, we are giving the annual reports for the to the WOHA. We have recently developed the diagnostics for the mild respiratory pathogens like EHV2 and 5, the equine encephalosis virus, rabies. So we have got a battery of the test for each and every pathogen we can think of in the country. And of course, for some of the exotic diseases which are not there, we are trying to come up with the assays and make some develop some diagnostics which can be of utility over there. We have got a clinical pathology set up also with us, and the parasitology also. We have been dealing with the anaplasmosis, with the Ceteria. So whenever some sample comes to us, of course, when it is coming for the consultancy, we do not look beyond the what has been requested to us. But when it comes for a disease investigation, if we are giving some report to you for the glanders, be assured that we are testing it for all the respiratory pathogens alongside. And once if it is completely clear that we have no other pathogen involved, and this is the case of glanders, although if we talk specifically about the glanders, sometimes it becomes very atypical, especially in the horses and the ponies. Of course, mules and donkeys will be showing a clinical picture within 10-15 days, but in the horses, at times, it becomes really difficult to diagnose the disease. And if we look at the angle by the clinician side, he will be saying that the animal is healthy, absolutely healthy. But it might be that the animal is inapparent, and there we have, of course, the discussions on these issues. But the decision tree that we have made right now in the National Action Plan is very clear, very categorical, how we have to take the decision to declare any animal positive, whether it is in the organized sector or in the unorganized sector. We have developed the vaccines for the equine influenza. We have already transferred our technology to the BioVet, and they are going to come up with the Indian vaccine maybe by next year. They have already started working on it, although they took it from us 2-3 years back, but now they are about to start production of it. They are already in the process of getting the DCGA approvals and all. We have got very good vaccine for the EHV1. We have then developed the modified live vaccines also, but for the inactivated vaccine, if we talk specifically about our army people have already used that vaccine from us, and it has given, as far as I know, the good results. Yeah. So I got a thumbs up from there, from the army side. So, we have the industry partnerships with the BioVet, with the genomics, so many industrial diagnostic companies and the vaccines coming forward. But the problem is that population in the country is less for the equines. So over here it becomes a bit of problem that because if they want to make the doses, they want to make the doses in millions. That is not quite possible. But we tell them the other side of it. It is not just 5 minutes. So this is the National Center for Veterinary. I will not be. So I take you back towards the equine ecosystem. What we have been discussing in the panel discussion in the morning. We need to have not only one EDFC. We should be having the multiple EDFCs. We need to have state-of-the-art diagnostic laboratories in the private sector also, because one lab sitting at the center cannot do all the stuff. And we, of course, need to have a smart biosecurity system, the AI-assisted surveillance, digital passports, blockchain-based health certification system, which is decentralized, so that you can have real-time data from across the clubs, across the breeding associations, what exactly is going on. But for that, we need to be very transparent, very clear about how we are supposed to proceed further. Of course, one small slide I've tried to put for the biosecurity and the infection control. The biosecurity is preventing many of times we get confused. What is to be done at the face of the outbreak and how the prophylactic has to be taken, measures have to be taken care of. The preventing of the entry is the biosecurity, and there you need to quarantine the animals, restrict the movement of the people, and test for the known diseases. Infection control is at the face of the outbreak. You are isolating the infected animals, personal protective equipment, so that further spread of the disease, cohorting the animals which are infected. So many measures which are different from these both are complementary to each other, but of course we cannot interchange between the biosecurity and the infection control. And these are one of the two last slides. We need to have a strong surveillance and early warning system which will help us in rapid detection and notification, which will lead to a quick response and containment, and ultimately we can have a quick recovery and the resumption of the activities. And this is what we should be following. whether we're talking about glanders or for equine influenza or for any other disease for that matter. And this is where NRC comes into the picture, that if we keep ourselves at the center, we have the policymakers, Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying Government of India. We have the state animal husbandry, which are to give the grassroots level help. Equine industry has to collaborate with us. We have to collaborate with each other if we need to have a good equine ecosystem for us, for the country, so that we have a happy, healthy horse and a prosperous industry. We need to have this kind of system available with us. And with this, I'll say thanks to you for giving a patient listening to me, and together through science, policy and collaboration, we can race towards healthier, more secure future for equines. Thank you so much. Sure. Sorry, one second.
So we will be taking questions. There will be a QR
That's exactly what I'm doing.
and all the questions will be duly answered by the guest.
Okay, maybe one question from me.
Precisely on the same scene. Now,
Yeah.
since we were working firstly on the pony sector,
yeah,
the progress on what we said, the missing ponies in Meghalaya. Are we making any progress that side?
For the which one, sir?
Missing ponies.
For
missing ponies of Meghalaya.
I don't think we have worked for, but we have worked for the feral horses which are there in the Assam. We
Yes,
have been
same
trying
thing,
to go.
thing.
Yeah, so we are trying to, because that over there the Wildlife Act also comes into being, and
Okay.
it becomes very difficult for us to get the samples from those particular ponies which are the feral horses. So it's difficult. Although I had been to Meghalaya just 4 or 5 days back only.
Okay.
But because of this Wildlife Act, we never had access to any of the samples from either from them or from the Kyang, from the Leh and Ladakh. So these becomes very difficult to get the samples from.
Now, are you interacting with the ITBP? Because they are
Yes,
using some of these ponies for their local.
So that's a
portals.
news for me. We'll be in touch with them. Thank you for this thing, sir.
Okay. The other one is like now we've already got the Beam 30.
Yeah, Beam
But
30 is there, sir. It was an effort from
I'm aware of
it
that.
was togetherness from the NRC, Hisar and
Absolutely.
Bikaner and the Beam 30 people who are there. So
I'm going a
we
little
did it
further
together.
down south. There's a breed called the Deccani pony.
Deccani breed is there. So we have
and
to
we
work
have the
towards this.
Chamundi. Are we
Yeah.
working on those?
Yeah, we have to. See, we have a very small group of people over there. We have done it with the Kachi Sindhi. We have done with the Beam 30. So next we are planning for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ramanathan to felicitate Sir. Dr. Nitin, can you please be back on stage? May I request Dr. Ramanathan to kindly felicitate Sir? Dignitaries from MIT, can we please felicitate Sir? Thank you, sir, for addressing a topic that is both sensitive and important in the equine industry. Awareness about glanders and other diseases will truly help in the years to come. For all the dignitaries, if you have any more questions, the QR that will be displayed on the screen, please scan that QR code and put your question over there. Your questions will be duly answered and put up in a report that will be sent to you. Another request would be all the speakers who come up to speak, kindly keep your address within the span of 15 minutes so that we are able to cover maximum content in today's event. So moving forward, India's equine heritage is defined by its magnificent native breeds. It is an honor to welcome Mr. Gajendra Pal Singh as our speaker for this session on repurposing indigenous horses. A passionate advocate for native breeds, he has been actively involved in promoting the value, versatility, and conservation of the indigenous horses.
A warm welcome to everybody. It's in fact an honor to speak before the highly qualified dignitaries from various scopes of equestrian life. I again thank Ms. Gayatri Karad for having put us all together and given us an opportunity to, open ourselves. I am Gajendra Pal Singh Posana. I've been working for the All India Marwari Horse Society for a long time, presently the president of the organization. I'll start with indigenous horses. So, as per our scriptures, these horses are divine. There is a lot of word going around for cows. They are holy, but the horses are divine as per our scriptures. As the divine horse Ucheshrava emerged out of Samudra Manthan, the churning of the ocean. And the verbal meaning of Ucheshrava gives a meaning for the word, for the Marwari horse. Ucheshrava, as it was described, the word by people somewhere in Delhi and UP, it said that Uncha Sunne Wala, Ucheshrava. But the technical meaning is Ucha Shravana Shakti Wala, who can hear, who is differently able to hear much more than the normal ears can hear. And the animal which can hear more has to be an alert and a different horse. So, we have mentions, as Dr. Reddy has already defined and described the mention of horses in Rig Veda, Mahabharata, and a lot of other epics. But I would also like to get to your notice that there have been a lot of scriptures written on the Indian horse. We have Shalihotra. They say there was a sage race named Shalivahan, or rather Shalihotra. But I put it in this manner that Shali is Ashwa. The Shastra of Ashwa is called Shalihotra. Hotra is Shastra and Shali means Ashwa. So it is Shalihotra written by a lot of writers, including Nakul, one of the brothers of the Pandavas. Then there have been a Jain Rishi who has also written a Shalihotra. There have been more epics. I recently came to Baramati and I came across some scriptures written in Marathi language, which also predate. They are also very age-old and antique today. We speak about, I don't want to repeat the names, Dr. Reddy's already spoke about the famous legendary horses of our nation. But I would like to draw your attention towards the indigenous horses. The international writers in the late 70s and 80s, they wrote very poorly of horses, of indigenous horses. They mentioned them horses of no relevance, poor conformation. I don't know where they got their statistics from. But they were really discriminated and shown in a very poor, bad taste. Then today, when the work started, the societies came into function. The Marwadi Horse Society continued the work of the erstwhile kingdom of Marwad. Marwad is a kingdom with Jodhpur as its capital. The royal family of Marwad it patronized this breed, and it gets name from the kingdom of Marwad. It was the horse which was bred by a lot of people, not only in Marwad, but outside Marwad, in the bordering areas of Gujarat, in other areas, also parts in Pakistan, also up there in Mewar and all. But then this horse got this name Marwadi. Now again, sir, I would like to draw your attention towards this thing that historians have also mentioned this horse as India as a land of no horses. But as Dr. Reddy has already mentioned, I would like to mention the name of Professor Pramender Priyadarshi, who's of an opinion that horses, rather than coming from there, they've gone from here. Their theory of you know, aqua, the water, the name that they get, equine, is derived from water. So what could be the possible relation of horses with the water? Either it is because the snow edge was melting and the horses were moving from the shores to the mainland. Probably people felt that they came from the water or something. And the other reason logically is Samudra Manthan. So we go with the second option. So they have the Ashwa as per our scriptures in our Indian languages, it is called Ashwa. It is similarly referred to in a lot of European countries, Hispanic countries and other countries where they also call it Ashav, Ehav, Ihu, and related terms with Ashwa. Over the period of time, what we have lost is variety of gene pool, not only in the Marwadi horses, but in other horses also. We have limitized our stock, the gene pool to breed with, to continue and take the breed to a different level. We have actually lost a lot of gene pool. We've lost horsemen and horsemanship. The traditional horsemanship is actually extinct. We've lost saddlery. We had such beautiful saddles all over the country, right from South India to the north of India. We have variety of saddles, and in fact some saddles were preferred by the communities which did not touch the leather. There were saddleries which were made absolutely in cloth. So we've lost it all. With that we've lost the craftsmen who used to make these things, the traditional trainers, traditional gaits. We've lost them. There's a breed called American Saddlebred and the Tennessee walking horses. They are amazing breeds with amazing, gaits and all. They have 5-gated horses and all. But we could not patronize our breed, and everything is becoming so English with trot, canter, and gallop. We've lost some of our finer gaits, which used to be so comfortable for the riders to carry them and take them miles and miles. Even in the weddings today, you get to see the English saddles, which is actually quite funny with an Indian decoration and an English saddle in it. I've spoken on the ultrasound scanner, so I don't want to continue this thing. The revival work, I would actually want your appreciation for the Royal House of Marwad. Maharaja Gat Singh Ji has actually spearheaded the mission for promotion, preservation of this horse for a long time now, which his ancestors have been doing over centuries, and in the recent times, he took it upon himself. He organized us in a better way. He has provided us an office to work from. It's a huge office. Anybody is welcome to come and visit this office. It is in the campus of Umaid Bhavan Palace. We started the horse shows in late 70s and early 80s. Then we set up, provided, we came out with seminars. The main seminar which we did for the horses was in 2002 to pen down the characters of the Marwadi horse. What was a Marwadi horse? The world did not know. When for the government officials, for the government documents, for people visiting, we had to characterize. It was in folklores, it was in this manuscripts, it was in the history books. But then we got together for 3 days. Maharaja Jodhpur gave us access to the luxurious Umaid Bhavan Palace, which is a 5-7-star hotel, I don't know how many, but we had access to that, and with technical sessions of people from NRC, NBGR, directors of animal husbandry, and legendary breeders and all authorities from the breed were collected, given sessions each of almost 4 technical sessions in a day, and we finally concluded the breed characteristics. We then moved ahead with the registration of horses. So in a seminar at Hisar, there was a new creation of a society which is now going all over the country, registering horses of Marwadi breed, and we maintain the records, issue certificates of identity and passports for the Marwadi horse. we have emerged as a society. We have been collaborating and working together with, if you do not understand the side-dwelling breeds with the horses, we cannot understand the Marwadi totally. So we went into detail to find out about the Kathiawadi horses. We helped them. In fact, they are an able team there with the chairmanship, under the chairmanship of Acharya Ghanshyamji Maharaj and Rajendra Singh Ji Jadeja and His Highness Jasdan and Chudasma Sahib, the IPS officer, and so many of them together. They are working for this thing. So we sat with them, differentiated our characters. We've done it with the Sindhi breed, and then finally we are progressing now. And now let me say this thing with pride, that today we have societies even in foreign countries which even without having horses there, we have fraternities and lovers associations for the breed even in so many countries abroad. Now we have, this is another matter of great pride, that we have bigger stakeholders in the breed, like the Reliance. Jangjit Singh Ji is here with us, and so is Dr. Ramanathan. They have entered this field, and I'm sure with their inputs and hard work, we will again try and take this breed to a higher level. We have the Pawars. Ranjit Pawar Saab is here with us. He's been working for Baramati, but Marwadi has been a constant big numbered animal in his stables. We have the Deshmukhs, we have the Badals, we have lot many people who are now trying to work for the promotion of the breed. But the fact remains that we must all stick to the originality of the horse. That is very important. If we deviate from the originality of the horse, it will no more attract all the people that it is attracting today. Now for the way forward, I feel these horses, just because of a small incident in Uttar Pradesh, a horse broke its leg and they were discriminated, and police departments have gone down on the numbers of horses to be used for policing. Policing is becoming a big task for people, and these horses can really contribute in a big way. So we need to encourage using all our contexts to incorporate horses on a bigger level in the policing. I would give you an example of the Jungle Warfare School at Kanker, where Brigadier Pawar utilized these horses in a big way and successfully. These horses were so different to the thoroughbreds that you had, they could make the rider alert even on a small movement of a bush or an object that the rider could not see. It could take his attention towards the direction of the enemy. So, and they would not have any incidents of horses breaking their legs, putting into the rat holes, things like that. So they are useful horses. Again, I put up my shoe again in front of you. I don't know how it will be represented. We must see, after so many years of independence, we must, have a vision to see our Marwadis, Kathiawadis, and even Bhimthadi for that matter, paraded in the national Independence Day and Republic Day parades at Delhi. I have nothing against thoroughbreds. Yes, of course, they have been performing for us, they have been serving the nation, but a contingent of these horses with their attire, in their saddlery, should be presented to the nation. It will make us proud, and there will be a lot of new visitors coming to see these horses in order. We have to allow exports in a regulated way. For AI also, I have an opinion that, it should be under a very regulated way. Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Mr. Satish Iyer, the Additional Secretary and Keeper and Registrar of the Stud Book Authority of India, to please felicitate Mr. Gajendra Pal Singh. We will now continue with a forward-looking theme, technology adoption in the equine industry. From wearables to data-driven decision-making and infrastructure innovation, technology is rapidly transforming how we manage and understand equine performance. With a deep sense of respect, I'd like to call Mr. Rohan More, a dedicated equestrian professional and the driving force behind Japloop Equestrian Center, which he has grown into a leading equestrian facility since 1998. With extensive experience in training riders and managing horses, he has also established a highly successful laminitis rehabilitation program, contributing significantly to horse welfare.
Good afternoon, everyone. Most of you all know me from some of the work that we do from Japloop, but I'm actually here with, I would say, one of the most exciting bits of... Oh, it's this one? Okay. Most of you all might know me from Japloop, but I'm here from actually something a little different from what we usually do. I think everybody really understands that the horse industry is one of those industries that is notoriously tech shy. So this is what we've actually been up to in the back end at Japloop. You walk into a stable at 2 a.m. in the morning and everything seems fine. Or is it? To an experienced eye, the same set of horses standing in their stables tell a very different story. There's a horse that's probably just lying down a little too much. One of the horses has not quite eaten its feed. Subtle signs that something's not quite right. And sometimes these small signs are actually the only warning that you're going to get before something major comes your way, like a colic maybe. And the problem is simple. No one can watch a horse for 24 hours a day. Yet sometimes, with some of the high-value horses that we work with, that's exactly what's needed. Today's stables rely on a routine of checks and experience. Staff walk through, they're observing behavior, has the horse eaten, drunk, etc., etc. But it's humanly impossible to monitor them consistently. And the cost of missing out on one of these signs can be quite high. Not just financially, but in terms of also animal welfare. And so the question we asked was this: can we create a system that not just watches continuously, but understands what it's seeing? At first you will think that the answer is sensors, which is all the new latest fad, wearables, trackers, devices attached to the horse. But horses are not machines. They don't always tolerate equipment very well. It changes their behavior and it adds more complexity to any monitoring system. Instead, we looked into something that already exists in almost every stable: cameras. Almost all of us have CCTV systems in place. They're always running, they're always recording. But here's the problem: they're passive. They capture everything, but they understand nothing. So we asked a different question. What if we could make cameras understand behavior? And that's where artificial intelligence comes in. It allows us to observe animals in the same way that humans do, through posture, movement, and patterns over time. But with one key difference: it never gets tired. It doesn't miss a moment, it does not rely on memory, and instead of looking at a single frame, the system learns what's normal for each individual horse. How often it eats, how often it rests, how it moves through the day, and most importantly, when a pattern changes. Because early signs are very rarely dramatic. They're subtle, they're gradual, and they're very, very easy to miss. Now, this sounds really simple in theory, right? Oh, I'm painting this lovely picture. But in practice, it's actually incredibly challenging. Horses don't live in controlled environments. Lighting changes constantly. Bright sunlight, low light, camera angles vary, stalls look different, paints are going to change, breeds differ in size, shape, horses keep moving, and of course, behavior itself is not binary. A horse lying down, he could be sleeping, he could be in pain. So, this system wasn't about creating something perfect in a laboratory condition. It was building something that works in real world, in your stables and my stables. So what we did was we collected and curated data sets from actual stables, over 72,000 hours worth. And we trained extensively on that data, and we focused on one thing above all else: reliability in real conditions. So what does this actually change? For stable managers, it reduces the need for constant monitoring. And instead of checking every stall repeatedly, we can focus on meaningful interventions. For veterinary teams, it provides visibility into behavior patterns that would otherwise never see. Put it very simply, घोड़ा ने कितना खाना खाया? सब पूरा खाया, थोड़ा खाया. This kind of answers stop coming our way. And for the horse, it means something very, very powerful. Problems can be identified earlier, and earlier action, everybody knows, leads to better outcomes. At its core, it isn't a technology problem. It's a perception problem. How do we take something as complex and intuitive as understanding an animal and translate it into something that a machine can assist with? We're just at the beginning of that journey. But what is clear is this: the technology is built around real world behavior, not just data. It becomes something more than just a tool. It becomes a partner in care. And in a world where attention is limited, continuous awareness can make all the difference. If anyone has any questions about this little project that we've been playing with, if anyone has any questions about this little project that we've been playing with, I'll be happy to sit down and answer them. Yes, Jacqueline. Actually, yes, it is available. We are looking for people to try it out, to pilot it on. And what this is going to translate into is essentially early prediction of colics. The system actually gave us some very interesting results, because we had a horse that put his foot through one of the feed buckets in the night and was trying to yank his leg out. And I got an alert before the watchman realized something was off. So, one thing I can say for a fact is that over the last year, I've had more wake-up calls in the night because my phone has woken me up about something wrong with the horse than my actual watchman calling me. And as we're fine-tuning the system, and everybody knows that with artificial intelligence, the trick is actually the more you train it, the smarter it gets.
I'll be very happy to be one of your guinea pig
pigs?
stables.
We've gone past the guinea pig phase, but yes. Anusha.
Hi, it's looking really interesting. I'm wondering if it can also be used for paddocks, because a lot of our horses are kept out in the paddock at night, and so we have people monitoring the paddocks, but I guess you'd have to train it in a different way for that. Is that also possible?
So at the heart of the system is behavior recognition and pattern recognition. So that is one of the things that we're looking at. So yes, we can adapt it to paddocks, but what we are actually trying to sort of work with on that count is how many cameras and movement of cameras and stuff like that. Something that is actually currently what we're looking at is to work with mothers and foals, and those of y'all are from the breeding industry will realize that we all know that a foal needs to get up and nurse its mother approximately every hour, and if they miss that window, normally it's an indication of something that's not working out. So that's one of our areas that we're looking at. But yes, also for paddocks, this is something, because we do have access to cameras that move around and can track objects. Like I said, it's a project. It's something that we're very excited about. My co-founder Umayya's out there, and this is a constant conversation about, wow, we did not know it could also do this. And that's the beauty about technology and bringing this kind of technology to the industry. As far as I know, we're pretty much about the only people out there who have managed to make it so far. And the best part is that I don't need you to have a specific type of a camera. We will sit on top of any existing CCTV or monitoring infrastructure that you might have. Wi-Fi is no problem. It runs on Wi-Fi.
So you have to have. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have Wi-Fi. Oh.
So most CCTV cameras exist in what we call as a wired infrastructure. So there's a bunch of wires. Yes, one thing that is there is that I need 2 cameras inside a stable to give me different angles for the artificial intelligence to look at it from different views.
But is it possible to do it? I mean, for the future, because a lot of the farms are in rural areas, not only in the city, and Wi-Fi is a huge issue. So then you lose the connectivity straight away.
Okay. Now I understand your question. So here's the beautiful part. Unlike most artificial intelligences which work on the cloud, let me go back. What's happening? Okay, I can't go back. So unlike most AIs which work on the cloud, we don't. We understood that, no, this is the next one. Yep. We understood one thing, that networks in India are still temperamental at best. So this is the Starburst box, and what it does is the artificial intelligence is inside that box, inside your barn. And it's the only thing that you need to invest in is a power backup. So if your CCTV is online and the Starburst box is online, you are online. Yeah. Yes. Exactly like an antivirus that you will get patches and updates. And we have a really interesting concept of something known as a human in the loop, because we understand that artificial intelligence is only as good as its training is. And every time we get a question, so to say, out of the syllabus, it flags it to us for review by a human in the loop, so that not just your system, but your system and Anusha's system and Jacqueline's system and our system, all of them will learn together.
So to understand this correctly, what you are saying is that it is functional without the internet, but it still has that internet connectivity to get better and share data across tables.
Correct.
Right. And my second question is that this technology already exists. I am aware of it. There is a company called Stable1.ai. There is one called Horsery Official. So have you benchmarked your technology against your international competitors?
Yes. So when I say that this technology does not, as far as we're the only one in this game, there are very specific reasons why. One, all of these particular artificial intelligences run off the internet. So if the internet's gone, your system's down. That's first.
Right. That's your USP.
That is the main thing, because
Correct.
when we want to make sure that there is no redundance. That's the first part. Have we benchmarked ourselves? No, we haven't. What we have done is actually run real life scenarios. I'm running this at my stable. So when I say that my 87 horses are being watched, this system is live running as we speak right now. Last night, as a matter of fact, when I was on my way to dinner over here, I got a WhatsApp text that was telling me that one of my mares who normally eats her feed in 27 minutes, has taken more than 35 minutes. This is something our competitors don't do. Pattern recognition. So everybody else is doing the simple thing, right? They're just looking at a horse, pawing the ground, bad.
Yeah.
Rolling on the ground, bad.
So you are personalizing it.
We're personalizing it to the horse.
To the horse.
If your horse is going to say pass dung 9 times in a day and has passed dung only 5 times, you're going to get an alarm and say, maybe you want to go look. If your horse is the kind who drinks water 6 times in a day and has drunk water only 4 times, he's going to say, maybe you want to look.
That's amazing.
So
That's absolutely amazing.
It will take anywhere, we are estimating it, we're still in the process of, okay, so let me answer that question very honestly. Okay, I think I'm out of time, Jacqueline. We'll talk on this later. Yep, thank you very much.
What about the horses that are there on the field? Do we see, because it suddenly the thought came that what about the horses that are competing, playing? Uh, can there be a possibility of the AI progressing towards and being that futuristic that we are able to gauge their behavior on ground, being prepped up for maybe for a game or maybe for any event? Also, second aspect is, can we also work on, while we are dealing with children with the therapy aspect of it, that how is the horse actually helping with the equine therapy with the children or PTSD people? So it's just a food for thought that I wanted to share with you, and maybe we can talk later in
Yes,
in
we can
detail.
speak about this off the stage because
Yes.
we're on a schedule, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But one thing that I will answer your question in short, we are still in the process of discovering just how incredible and absolutely it's something that even after working with this project for more than a year and a half, I still am discovering that the limits of the system are way further than what we have. And we're probably, if I remember correctly, our utilization is not even 70%. So there's a lot more that we can do on the system. Sky is the limit. I'm assuming, I think by the time we reach the limit, technology will have advanced it so that there'll be a new limit and it just goes from there. But it's exciting, it's fun, and it's something that, just brings me immense joy to bring to an industry that is very rooted in tradition to be able to be a little disruptive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I kindly request Imtiaz Anis, sir, to kindly come up on stage and felicitate, sir. May I request both the dignitaries to be on stage. Thank you very much, sir, for that address. I am confident that Starburst AI will continue to achieve remarkable milestones in the future. Can I ask both the dignitaries to kindly move up on the stage? Up. It is my privilege to now welcome Ranjit Kher, sir. With over 2 decades of riding experience, he is known for promoting indigenous breeds like the Marwari horse and advocating a balanced, nature-forced approach to horsemanship.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anushka Haldankar, and I'm an equine scientist. I've been working with Mr. Ranjit Kher at Rare Genetics. Today, I'm going to be speaking to you about advancing equine reproduction in India. Firstly, I would like to start off by thanking the Equine Collective for giving me this opportunity to speak about the work that we do. A platform like this is so good for collaboration, for building a stronger ecosystem, because all the stakeholders, veterinarians, breeders, everyone is in one place. And we all know how essential this is for progress and growth. Next. Yes, next I would like to start off by introducing Rare Genetics. So we are India's first equine semen cryopreservation laboratory. We specialize and our expertise lie in semen cryopreservation, tissue biobanking, artificial insemination, making chilled and frozen semen doses. So now, as we know, currently in India, we have so much scope and opportunity to integrate scientific reproductive evaluation into our daily breeding practices, right? And all of this can help mitigate issues like poor semen quality awareness, unpredictable pregnancies. We also have limited access to advanced reproductive technologies, which can eventually cause a loss of valuable genetics. Now, all of these issues sometimes stem from common misconceptions, a few of which I have listed here on the screen. One very common one is that natural breeding is always more effective, which is not entirely true because artificial insemination can allow better timing, hygiene, it's controlled, it's consistent and very repeatable. Right? Another common one is that frozen semen reduces the motility, or the motility of frozen semen reduces drastically. And this again is not true because with proper standardized breeding protocols, you can get excellent results with frozen semen doses. And lastly, semen evaluation is never optional. It's a requirement, it's a necessity to study the fertility trends of your stallion and also to improve and enhance fertility and viability of sperm. Now, what do we do at Rare Genetics? At Rare Genetics, we cover everything from semen collection to cryopreservation to making chilled frozen doses, artificial insemination, and tissue biobanking. All of this is done at our lab in Khadakwasla, which has cryopreservation chambers, cell culture labs, we have backup storage of nitrogen, and we use minimally invasive tissue collection techniques. So here, our approach being that it's strongly science-driven, we follow standardized protocols, and we also have a very seamless field and lab integration, meaning we set up our mobile cryopreservation labs at stud farms. And from the collection to the making of doses to artificial insemination, everything is done at stud farms because we know how time-sensitive equine sperm is, and any sort of delay in time can also compromise your quality. So prior to collection, what are some things that contribute to the fertility of your stallion? Right? So physical fitness, managing your stallion in a stress-free and happy environment, right? Nutrition, routine. So in short, a fit stallion will give us better motility, consistency, and fertility. Now, after we collect a stallion, we use computer-assisted sperm analysis with the software iSperm. Right? So this will help us in tracking basic but very vital parameters like concentration, motility, if there is any abnormality, and it can in turn also help us figure out how many mares a stallion can service, dose optimization, and breeding frequency. Right? Because semen evaluation is seeing beyond the ejaculate, just by physically seeing the ejaculate, like it happens in natural cover, right? You don't know the quality of semen that is being inseminated into a mare. So for which we need scientific analysis. At Rare Genetics, we also use specialized stallion AI extenders, which help enhance the motility and the viability of our sperm. So on the screen, if you can see, I've got a raw sample of a stallion with a concentration of 50 million and a motility of 50%. And on addition of the extender, the concentration has gone up to 65 million with a motility of 81%. So also depending upon the breeding goals and the requirements, there are two types of doses that we make at Rare Genetics. First one being a chill dose, which is a short-lived dose with high motility. And the second one is a frozen dose, right? So it's preserved, it's cryopreserved in liquid nitrogen at minus 196 degrees. One of our big benchmarks is that the post-thaw motility of a frozen dose always has to be higher than 35%. So on the screen, I've put a report of a stallion that I collected. This is the post-thaw report, right? So as you can see, the concentration is 163 million per ml sperm, and the motility is 74%. And the next picture is of a prepared chill dose. Okay, now one very big advantage when it comes to artificial insemination is the safety and efficiency in breeding, right? So the risk to injury either to the stallion, mare, veterinarians, handlers, everybody who's involved is mitigated, right? The disease spread is in control. It's completely controlled. It's a very repeatable, again, consistent process. Next, I have listed a few more benefits. As we said, artificial insemination is very safe, very efficient. Cryopreservation will be used for long-term storage of valuable genetics, also backup against infertility or unfortunate loss of stallion. And it can also overcome barriers like, it can also overcome geographic barriers, right? We have also done tissue biobanking, which is the preservation of genetic material beyond the reproductive cycle of an animal, right? So this can be used for conservation purposes of rare indigenous breeds, and it basically acts as a genetic insurance. So next, we are also the first in India to have performed epididymal sperm extraction, which is basically the extraction of sperm directly from the epididymis of the testes of a castrated or a diseased stallion. Right? Again, this is very crucial when you want to preserve bloodlines, genetics. We use a flushing method to do this. In the next slide, I have a few pictures. So the first picture is the epididymis is intact in the testicles. The next is when we extracted the epididymis. Then we had to uncoil it. And finally, we had to flush it to extract the sperm. Next, our impact so far has been that we have produced over 30 plus folds using frozen semen doses. We are the first in India to do epididymal sperm extraction. And we have established a working and a mobile cryopreservation lab. Now, next, I would like to talk about a few of the gaps or where we are lacking. Right? So if we consider the racing industry, we all know that artificial insemination is not permitted. Also, the sperm that is evaluated is sometimes evaluated from the last fraction of the semen, which is not an ideal representative because semen needs to, or like sperm needs to be evaluated at particular intervals of time with certain amount of days in the middle, right? And sometimes not doing this can lead to inaccurate fertility assessments, poor breeding decisions, which is why we need standardized and timely assessments to evaluate sperm. A few more gaps would be that obviously there's limited awareness when it comes to advanced breeding technologies, inconsistent semen evaluation before the breeding season. So if you would want to get your stallions evaluated before the season starts to know exactly how fertile and what we can do to enhance the sperm. So next is again how we could improve. We could improve by standardizing and normalizing artificial insemination, cryopreservation, promoting pre-breeding fertility assessment, and increasing awareness. Now another issue that goes unnoticed when we don't evaluate sperm is subfertility, right? Because how will you know if you don't evaluate the sperm? And the only solution to this is evaluation, maintaining records. We need to make sure that our stallion is breeding fit to be producing good sperm. Same thing when we consider the stallion to be breeding fit, we also want our mare to be breeding fit, right? We need to make sure that she's checked regularly, her follicular growth is checked, hormonal assessments, blood work, because a lot of the times when there's a failed conception, the stallions or the stallion owners are sadly blamed. So the next steps here being to improve awareness, invest in advanced technologies, expand access, and normalize and standardize these breeding techniques. Now I would like to talk about how assisted reproductive technologies could help or could benefit the sport horse industry, right? So it can overcome barriers like you could still preserve and breed these animals without compromising their competing careers. So a few disciplines that could be impacted by this are endurance, eventing, dressage, and show jumping. Again, this is where technologies yes, this is where technologies like embryo transfer and cloning come into the picture, right? These are obviously expensive techniques, but they are justified. But they are justified for genetically superior animals, and they enable breeding during competitions, right? So we can also implement and use the cross-industry breeding opportunities or techniques where we use retired polo mares and mares that are unfit for competing and shows as surrogates or recipients, right? We do have a very skilled pool of veterinarians in India who are very capable. There's a lot of potential to really make a difference in this field. And our role would be in training, knowledge sharing, and helping with the field implementation. So the future of equine reproduction in this way would look at genetic selection, biobanking, embryo transfer, and cloning. And all of this can be again done with expanding, preserving, and advancing and adopting these technologies. Finally, we at Rare Genetics are here to support all veterinarians, breeders, stallion owners, mare owners in really, firstly, adopting, making these technologies more accessible and practical for all the people involved, and really making a big difference in the equine breeding industry. Thank you.
Thank you for such a thought-provoking session. I'd like to invite Mr. Raghuvendra Singh to please felicitate her. So as we continue exploring innovation within the equine and allied sectors, let me introduce you to a very exciting initiative, Vayu Technology. Vayu Technology is a forward-thinking startup that leverages artificial intelligence and data-driven solutions to enhance efficiency, monitoring, and performance within the equine ecosystem. To tell us more about this groundbreaking work, we have with us brilliant minds at Vayu Technology. Please join me in welcoming Prathamesh Mantri, Harsh Holaland, and Devanshi Mota.
Hello everyone, my name is Devanshi Mota. I head business for Vayu Technology. This is Harsh and this is Prathamesh. This is good, right? Meet Harsh, meet Prathamesh. They are the co-founders of Vayu Technology. Now you must think, what is it that we exactly do? We are a tech company that has built predictive AI for horses and made all of this possible by using just your smartphone. Yes, you heard that right. Just a smartphone. You do not need 10,000 things on your horses. Just a smartphone on the saddle and you're golden. Now, I keep saying predictive AI. So I'm pretty sure you guys are thinking, what is predictive AI? How does it work? Let me start with some hard facts about the industry. 70% of the risk injuries are MSK related in the racing world and can be prevented through consistent monitoring, early warning system, and the right data points. That is the exact gap that we've been bridging at Vayu Technology. Let me take you through a very simple use case and you'll be able to relate to what I'm trying to say. So in December, EQ AI flagged an injury risk for a horse. In January, the trainer confirmed that it has a crack on its right forelimb. They repatched the horse, they started retraining the horse. We flagged again that the horse is at a very high risk. But they repatched him and they put him up for a stake day race. Of course, the horse lost. He came last and he had to be unfortunately retired. So now how do we do this? For that, I'll let Prathamesh take over.
Thank you, Devanshi, for presenting the use case. So how are we actually able to do an injury prediction? So what we have done is we have our own patented 13 sensor system. So we place these sensors on a variety of horses, collected gold standard biomechanics data, and created an AI model out of it, which is able to predict the injury risk. We are not making any assumptions here. We are actually making predictions. Our technology has been validated by Colorado State University's Equine Research Program. To summarize, Equilibrium for Horses is a patented and validated system which gives you lab-grade accuracy. As you can see in the picture here, the phone is placed on the saddle pad. Now, because it's a smartphone, it's ultra scalable. You can use it in your regular activity. The trainer just has to place the phone on the saddle pad, start data collection, and go do his activity. There's no other extra exercises that need to be done. You start getting real-time insights for race readiness and injury risk at limb level precision. Now I'll hand over to Harsh, who will explain what data we collect through the system.
Okay. Thanks, Prathamesh. So as Prathamesh mentioned, just a smartphone. I'm audible, right? Cool, great. So as Prathamesh mentioned, just a smartphone sitting on the saddle is good enough to acquire a whole host of data through which we can do a lot of analysis. This is a simple screenshot of our dashboard. In this case, what you see here is a small summary of all the horses that have been trained on those particular days. I would take an example of, let's say, sample horse 3 and just walk over the interpretation for that. Sample horse 3 tested on December 15th, did a 4 furlong breeze work on dirt surface. You can see the performance numbers from average speed all the way to the stride length. And then you can also see its injury risk flagged in EQI limb alert as well as EQI injury risk. So the color coding is to make it intuitive. Red means higher risk of injury. Orange means something that the trainer or the vet needs to closely monitor. And along with that, there is a race readiness score that we have populated, which pretty much shows that given the workout progressing towards the race, how well is the horse training. All of this easily monitored through the dashboard. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So in the smartphone, we utilize two different sensors. One is the GPS sensor. The other one is the IMU sensor. On this particular screen, we show the stats that we are capturing from the GPS sensors. On the right top corner, you see different activities being recognized by the system. It is all automated. It is driven by machine learning models and AI that we have learned. On the left side, you see the trajectory of the horse, how it went from the barn to the track and back to the barn, doing different activities. You see those green and white, those are the poles. So based on the poles, we are able to map the split times. Let's look at the phase stats table by the poles. You see the horse breeze from half pole all the way to the wire, which is 4 furlongs in distance. And now you have the depth of the information to understand how the horse did in its first furlong all the way to the last furlong. Not only that, gallop out is a very important assessment parameter for horses in the racing world, which pretty much gives an understanding of how much reserve energy is left in the horse after doing a 4 furlong workout. So most of these parameters are consolidated and also populated on the dashboard for a quick overview. Then let's move on to the next slide, please. The other sensor in the smartphone, which is the IMU sensor. The IMU sensor, in short, captures the movement and the force information, through which we are able to identify limb level injury, through which we are able to identify what each limb does in that particular gait. We have built in the intelligence to identify gait asymmetries, gait stats for trot, gallop, and breeze. Not just that, a typical workout usually means that the horse trots. On a breeze day, the horse trots, goes into a gallop, does a breeze, slows down to a gallop, and trots again. So there is minute differences in pre and post trot, which can be categorized, identified, and then the fundamental of fatigue kicking in. Does it change the gait patterns? The system catches these, and then they are color coded, as you can see on the screen. Again, very simple. Green means low risk or no risk, orange means moderate risk, and red means high risk. So to summarize this particular slide, it pinpoints injuries on a limb level with accuracy and precision. Now, we understand that there are a lot of different stakeholders in the entire industry, from trainers to riders to vets to owners. And we have built a simple sharing mechanism of data through which a trainer can share data with the owner or vice versa in a very user-friendly manner. The primary purpose why we build this is because in the US, we are working with a compliance board. We are in conversation with a compliance body named HISA, and they require that any horse that has been monitored through the system goes into the database. That way, the horse's health and safety is properly monitored. I will ask Devanshi to move to the next slide now.
So we're not doing this alone, of course. We are working with industry experts in the United States of America. Our research partners are Colorado State University. Our vet partner is Dr. Cooper. We also have multiple stable partners. And yeah, so Harsh would like to tell you all some names there.
Yeah, so we've been working with a few top echelon trainers in the US. To name a few: Todd Pletcher, Michael McCarthy, BTR Stables, Herringswell, and few other racing stables in the US.
We'll open up for questions now if there are any.
Yes, sir.
Is this only for the racing industry, or we can use your sensors for other equestrian sports?
Right
we
now,
want to use it on eventing horses.
Yeah, right now the use case is built entirely on the racing industry, but we are slowly looking at polo and show jumping as well. But the current solution is built for racing industry.
So one thing is we do flat work analysis. So anywhere you are doing flat work analysis, that is where our system can assist.
More interested in endurance horses.
We haven't. We would be very interested to pilot and see how the system behaves, but we haven't done our research on that. Yes, please. 5,000 plus horses has been tested over the last 2.5 odd years. When I say tested, like on the track, they do their workout, typically 25 to 30 minutes worth of workout. Yeah.
Thank you, Gayatri, for having us. Thank you, Ravi Shankar, for coordinating this. Thank you, Rohan. Thank you, Gaurav Rampal, for recommending us.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. May I kindly request all three of you to be on stage? And may I request Dr. Vadia to kindly come up on stage to felicitate all of them? Ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving to a topic that forms the backbone of the industry. As we prepare to move ahead with the next segment, I would like to take a moment to reflect on an important aspect of today's forum. Behind every successful rider is a healthy horse, and behind every healthy horse is the contribution of veterinary science. So, moving towards a topic that forms the backbone of this industry, veterinary education, bridging the gap between academic learning and real world industry requirements is crucial to build a stronger, more capable equine sector in India. To share perspective on this important subject, we have with us Dr. Anhat Sidhu. He is an equine veterinarian specializing in surgery, diagnostics, and performance care. He has worked with leading international equine hospitals, including the University of Edinburgh and Equine Veterinary Medical Center in Doha. With a strong focus on research and advanced treatments, he contributes to improving modern equine veterinary practices and horse welfare.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think some of you have already heard me this morning. My name is Dr. Anhat Sidhu. I'm an equine surgeon by trade and training. I'm one of the few ECVS specialists equine surgeons, and I'm currently running a Kal Equine Hospital in Punjab. It's a dedicated equine hospital, and we cater to all sort of conditions. I was asked to speak here today by Gayatri, so first of all, thank you, Gayatri, for having me over. The objective of my talk is about future of veterinary education and training in India. There's a big gap in the equine veterinary industry and the services that are available to horse owners. And how can we better train our veterinarians, and what is the future for the veterinary education industry in India? Can we just check this, please? Okay, it's working. Thank you. So the agenda of the talk today is basically discussion around veterinary education and not the veterinary services. Progression of veterinarians through vet school onto specialization, scope for development of the veterinary education industry in India, and the actions needed. Today. So it's a constantly evolving sector. The science behind the veterinarians is always evolving. There's new technologies coming in. So it's important for the veterinaries to continue learning and improving themselves. Teaching and practice standards in our country need to be improved. The curriculum in the universities hasn't been changed for a very long time, and there's a dire need for upgradation. And as we're talking about a collective approach and the cohesiveness of the industry, we need to be internationally recognized in our veterinary education. There's a lot many Indian veterinarians practicing overseas, but they have to go through rigorous examination, recertification, retesting. So there's a need for our education to be accepted and accredited overseas. And similarly, making the profession more welcoming and inclusive for younger generations. We're just not getting enough new vets, new equine enthusiasts coming in. So there's a need to attract younger talent into the profession. And the other aspect is the client awareness is constantly increasing. We've had some wonderful talks about how AI is coming in, and the client's ever so demanding. So there's a certain need for the veterinarians to keep up with that and upgrade themselves along with the AI and other improved means. So what are the gaps that we see firsthand in our current existing system? So there's a lack of hands-on training for veterinarians in the curriculum during their 5 years. The first 4.5 years, they don't really have any structured hands-on clinical training. Preclinical and clinical placements should be mandatory. If you look at the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, which is the licensing authority in the UK, they require 30 weeks of clinical practice prior to graduation. And this is not including the clinical rotations they do in final year. This is a mandatory but a voluntary placement that you can do in stables, stud farms, dairy farms, hospitals, clinics, shelters, wherever you like, but it has to be done and it has to be regulated and controlled. So if we start off with the veterinarians, when they get into the clinical years and they start treating animals, the emphasis should be on day one skills. A lot of our veterinarians graduate with huge knowledge. They've read all the books. They know the books like the back of their hands. But their actual emphasis on day one skills, if we're talking about horses, they can't give IV injections. They can't pass a stomach tube. They can't do a proper bandage. These are what the RVC considers day one skills. And these are what we need to emphasize in vet schools, that any graduate who comes out of an Indian vet school should be able to do good day one skills. These are rescue skills. These are stabilizing skills. I'm not talking advanced skills, but at least if you're faced with an emergency, you should be able to give IV injections without blowing up a vein. You should be able to pass a tube without hesitation. And the other very important factor is communication and client interaction. A lot of our veterinarians lack the basic detail. They will be speaking in scientific language to clients, and I see that on a daily basis at the hospital, that the clients come in and they're like, injection diya tha ji, kaun sa injection diya tha, kis cheez ke liye injection diya tha. The veterinarians don't explain that to the clients. It's the client's horse. They're concerned about the horse's health, and it's a responsibility of the veterinarian to explain all those aspects of what you are doing with the client's horse to them. So this client communication, client interaction is really important, and this needs to be emphasized from day one in vet schools. I remember we used to have lectures just on client communication, client interaction, and people from the drama school would come and enact as clients. so that we would be upgrading our communication skills with them. And the other thing is the option to track. I've been through vet schools. A lot of the students, they have the same structure. They go for their equine rotations, bovine, canine rotations, and they graduate with their internships. There should be an option to specialize in a particular field. If you're interested in equine, you should be able to give more emphasis during your vet school to equine. If you're interested in small animals, do that. But there should be an opportunity to do more, and that is how you will develop those day one skills that I was talking. And these are all structural changes that need to take place at educational level. And the other thing is these placements that I was talking to you, people's PDSS, People's Dispensary for Sick Animals, it would be similar to any shelter, Blue Cross, CUPA, all these institutions need to be included with the vet school's curriculum, because these are where the vet students can go and hone their skills early enough in their career to later on become better practicing veterinarians. The other thing is, once you've graduated, what next is always the big question. And I think that's an internship program. Internships are what you do after you graduate, not what you do in final year. Final year is just clinical placements. Although a lot of people call that internships, but that's just clinical rotation. Internships are meant to be done after you graduate, and they target fresh or recent graduates who intend to specialize in a particular field, say an equine surgery internship or just equine internships. These could be general rotating internships in a hospital, or be a specialized internship that can be done under a reproduction vet, a surgeon, a medic, or even in the lab, whatever you're keen on doing. And I strongly feel good mentorship makes a good internship, and that's the responsibility of all senior vets to provide good mentorship, to train the younger generation, because that is the only way the profession grows, is if we can train younger vets to constantly evolve and get better at the profession. Just taking an example from BEVA, which is the British Equine Veterinary Association. On their website, if you go, you have a list of approved equine internships. And those internships, to get listed, have to meet a certain requirement and standard. And these include a minimum caseload, mentorship program, so that every intern in the hospital has a dedicated senior clinician who is their mentor for those 12 to 18 months and guides their career and their progression onwards. And there's structured teaching, there's journal clubs, there's book clubs, there's radiology clubs. So those, how to read an x-ray, how to interpret a blood report, all of that is taught one-to-one. And this is what we're missing. And this is the need of the hour, to train veterinarians, not just to be able to take a temperature and give flunixin or a painkiller in terms of colic, but actually interpret what's going on, think, and analyze, and then treat the horse, but diagnostics. And that's something that you learn with experience, and that experience needs to be shared to the younger vets. And this is an important line I put in last night. I can't go back for some reason, but what we need to remember is interns are still learning, and that must be kept in consideration. They're not just cheap labor. That's how they generally get treated. They're still learning, they're in the formative years of the career, and they need the good mentorship. How do we do that in India? What are the steps for Indians for internships? We need to develop a structure. So far, the stud farms and the race courses are the only option for equine vets. Most equine vets over here would have started at a race course, like myself, or at a stud farm, worked under the mentorship of a senior vet, and then gone on to do other things in life. Maybe they've gone for government jobs, universities, or field practice, but these are the two sectors that have actually trained the existing equine veterinarians. And that is because the government has labeled the thoroughbred sector as an organized sector. Even the National Action Plan on Glanders considers the thoroughbreds the organized sector. But there's very limited opportunities. Like we've heard this morning, the number of thoroughbred stud farms have come down by 20-30%, so the opportunities for vets to train is less. Race courses are shutting down. So we need other opportunities where the vets can be trained. And that's why we need to develop the indigenous sector, the equestrian sector, the working equid sector that can give these opportunities to vets to work, get more jobs, create more training opportunities. And the other thing for a young vet who's graduating out of a vet school, there's this notion that the equine sector, it's not inclusive of outsiders. You've either got to be born into it or you've got to have some connections to get a foot in the door. But personally, I feel that's not correct. You need good mentorship, you need good connections who are going to show you the path, who are going to introduce you to the right people. And I think the IAEP, the Indian Association of Equine Practitioners, can play a vital role. We have Dr. Feroz Kambata, who's the president of the association, sitting here in the audience. And the association should form counseling workshops that can have an outreach program to the universities. Final year students can attend that. We can give them the options, what opportunities lie in them. And the website can actually have an online forum for job applicants and prospective employers. Like, you talk to any start farm, they'll be like, I need a vet, can you find me a good vet? And when you go there, you can't find a vet, and then there's 10 vets who're jobless. So there's need to be a matching program that can show the opportunities, and the people can hire good vets out of that. And I think the whole mentorship program and internship program can lead to that situation where we have enough jobs and enough skilled veterinarians for the jobs. Once you've graduated, you've done your internship, you're out there working, but the science is always evolving. There's always new things happening, research happening, and that's where continuing education is very important. And because we've got the support of MIT as a university, I think education really needs to grow, and this is something we're really lacking behind, especially in the equine veterinary sector. I just did a Google search, and the Veterinary Council of India actually mandates continuing education under a minimum standard of veterinary education regulations act 2020, it's meant to be 2025, I'm sorry. But when you search on those mandatory requirements, there's no further details even on their website. There's nothing explained, like how many hours of veterinary education per year, how many conferences do you need to attend. There's no details, so there needs to be a structure for all the vets to be guideline. And in the lack of that structure, the onus lies on the veterinarian to gain these continuing educations, to travel overseas, or to attend the limited opportunities they have in India, to do the continuing education throughout. And when you do a Google search on continuing education or continuing professional development opportunities for equine veterinarians, there's literally nothing available. There's a lot of courses happening for small animal specialists across the length and breadth of the country. There's some really good advanced fracture repairs, laparoscopy, all of those courses happening, but nothing for the equine vet. And I'll just speed up. So I think the IAP is the only organization that can organize these courses. They've done that in the past, and I'm sure there's more courses being planned. But there's a difference in the target audience. We've got the stud vets, the racing vets, and the field practitioners, and they all have different clinical interests. So the need is to develop multiple courses, hands-on skill courses. Can't run on to the next slide. That can be running throughout the country, targeting different audience, different groups, and setting up a different skill set. I don't know if I can move on a few slides. Does it move forward, or have you stopped it? Okay, so just a quick thing for course organization. So the equine sector is still evolving in India. The numbers are small, but they're growing. And as discussed, the target audience doesn't have the same clinical interest. So we need to organize different courses for different horses. General practice and specialization is always a big question. How do we specialize? I think they both go hand in hand. You can't have specialists without GPs and GPs without specialists. There's just a couple of things I want to discuss. I'm going to skip a few slides. There's the development of the Asian Board of Veterinary Specialists, which was founded in 2005 in Japan, and it is open to receiving more diplomats. They're setting up benchmarks. We already have the Asian College of Veterinary Internal Medicine, Asian College of Veterinary Surgeons, Asian College of Veterinary Dermatologists. They're still early days, and they're taking in sessions. There's a conference happening in Taiwan in December 2026, which is for Asian College of Veterinary Surgeons, Asian College of Veterinary Internal Medicines, and I would urge veterinarians to attend that. These are the foundation stones for specialization in Asia altogether, not just India. And I can skip that. Skip that. So the other thing would be development of residency programs that can be done in universities and in veterinary hospitals. These are 156 weeks or 3 years dedicated programs to specialize in reproduction, surgery, medicine. And this would be the next big thing for the Indian veterinary industry. We are still depending on a master's degree, but we need more clinical training, rigorous training performed under specialists. And the Asian College of Veterinary Surgeons is giving us this opportunity to develop specialist training programs in the country for surgery, medicine, and dermatology, and hopefully other specialties. There's 27 specialties you can pursue, including pathology, behavior, bovine reproduction, lab work, things that I don't really look into. What else have we got? Yep. So where are we now? So this is just a brief about our hospital, what we are doing in terms of education. We are establishing 12 to 18 month structured internships. We are in the process of developing exchange programs with international universities and hospitals where interns from our hospital can then pursue further education internationally. That will open doors for them. And we're also trying to establish the first ECVS equine surgery residency together with the University of Edinburgh, and ultimately train boarded specialists in the country with European and American standards of specialization, which will really enhance the level of skill that we can get in India for horses. Next step for IEP and for the veterinary profession is an urgent need for regular CPD courses for equine vets. These courses should be at entry, intermediate, and expert level so that everyone can be catered. Subjects should be chosen to meet the needs and interests of all members. And IEP has been a big supporter of these courses. And as we're developing courses, we're open to suggestion of what vets want us to do, what the clients want their vets to be trained at, and we can tailor these courses as per needs. Sorry, I'm just taking a minute extra. And the other thing, we've got so many other people, and the purpose of this equine collective is we need to collaborate veterinarians from different sectors. We've got vets from the thoroughbred industry, the racing industry, field practitioners, army and the university clinicians. They all have a lot of knowledge, but that needs to be shared. There needs to be a exchange of knowledge, exchange of skill, and ultimately we can develop a wider group of skilled professionals to fill these voids. I'm going to skip this. This is something that we'd all spoken about in the morning about branding and rebranding. This is something that happens in Australia. It's a National Thoroughbred Week. And I think as all sectors of the industry are present over here, we need to open our doors to the public. So in Australia, during 1 week, from the 20th to the 30th of November this year, all racecourses, stud farms, training centers, hospitals, equestrian centers, facilities, livery facilities will open the doors to the common man so that they can come in and see behind the scenes. It's important to bust the myth about the equine welfare situations that we have, or the elitist support, or how tortured these horses are. When they actually see the behind the doors events that are taking place in these stud farms, more people will get involved. They've reported the higher increase in the horse owners at the sales subsequently. So this is something that we can consider as the Indian horse industry. Is an open week for industry people to come in. Skip that. Thank you. And I think someone had mentioned about data center for contact details, so I've put my details over here if anyone wants to get in touch. Thank you.
With this, we come to a very exciting session. We now present the panel on industry landscape focusing on formalizing the Indian equine industry. This discussion will address key questions around structure, regulation, scalability, and the path towards being a more organized and globally competitive equine ecosystem. To begin with, Major Apurva Dhabade. May I please request Sir to kindly come up on stage. Sir is an accomplished Indian equestrian, athlete, and a major in the Indian Army. Next, returning to stage, Dr. Anhad Sidhu, an equine veterinarian specializing in surgery diagnostics. Next up, we have Ms. Zara Pauli, a passionate and dedicated equestrian professional with a strong background in horse training. We once again extend a warm invitation to Imtiaz Anis Sir, a respected figure in the community whose experience and contributions continue to inspire excellence in the sport. Finally, Dr. Des Leiden, joining us online, a world-renowned equine veterinarian specializing in internal medicine with 4 decades of experience. I would also like to invite the moderator for today's session, Mr. Cyrus Madan, to take the discussion forward. As we move forward, we now open the floor to one of the most important segments, an open discussion and industry dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a huge round of applause for this panel. May I also invite Mr. David Shirin on the stage for the panel discussion.
Hello, Chick. Hello, a very warm welcome to all of you on stage. And we'll try to keep this as interactive as possible. We're going to throw questions to each person individually. And we'd also like to welcome Dr. Des Leiden, who's joined us on screen. A very warm welcome and great to have you with us. But you're welcome to interject and come in and give any comments you'd like on what we're talking about to the individuals, and we just take it from there. So basically, what we're looking at is the industry landscape and how it's evolved and how it's looking as it is today. But since I've got Lieutenant Colonel Apurva Dabade right next to me, let's start with him. One of the finest Indian riders we've had in many years, and a big asset for him is the fact that he's with the Indian Army. Now, that gives you a tremendous advantage on the equestrian front. How do you think the Army would you ever see a day where the Army and the civilian forces can work together and put their resources together to take this forward on the equestrian front?
Good evening, first of all. Thank you for having me on the panel. Yeah. As you are saying, for the equestrian sport and for the polo, for the both, the Army is playing a big role because majority of the competitive centers which we have are controlled by the Army, and like I'll mention you two clubs, like in Delhi, Army Polo and Riding Club is there. In Bangalore, another club is there which is managed by AAC. So majority of the clubs are available for all the civilians also to take membership, and they are training there throughout the year.
Would the Army offer horses that they have to civilians to ride?
No, not for the civilian. They can't offer the Army horses which are there. But yes, the clubs have their own horses. The club horses are ridden by the civilians also.
Would anyone like to come in on that? Imtiaz, would you like to come in on this?
I think it's two different parts. So one is when it comes to infrastructure, they have it. They have all the infrastructure from Delhi, Jaipur, and Meerut, as well as Bangalore. The accessibility for civilians to use it, it is open for them to use. It's not that it's closed.
Right.
But having access to their horses is a totally different thing that at ministry level has to be taken into consideration, because then there's no end, no limit to it. Now what they've at least started doing is some of the horses are being sold and in the auctions. So you can get access to those horses at a young stage. But from far as the competition goes, they're working together in achieving this goal.
So we move to Ms. Zara Pauly. Thank you for being with us today. And you've judged eventing at international standards across the world. And how does eventing in India compare to that?
I haven't judged in India, but I have judged in a developing country like Romania, and it is grassroots. And interestingly enough, in Romania, they have encapsulated it all. The standard when I first went out was, dare I say, quite poor, but in the last 2-3 years, it has improved, and now they're looking at running a 3-star event and possibly a 4-star short. It's interesting that in the UK and in America, it is becoming more and more difficult to find venues that can put on the long formats. Most of the formats now are short formats. It ties in a little bit with the Olympics now going short format. But the long format, I think, has a very important part, especially for the riders who are wishing to do 5-star, because you need that extra bit of fitness for the horse to be able to compete at 5-star. And again, we have seen the problems that have happened in badminton this year. There is no waiting list for badminton. Lexington has, again, very small numbers. Maryland got cancelled. And I think you have to be able to keep a variation of long and short formats to be able to get these riders to develop to the 5-star level. Possibly the FAI didn't do the best thing when they dropped the level of eventing down to encompass the more countries that hadn't got so many opportunities to compete at pure 5-star. But I've always felt that you need a pinnacle for riders to compete to. And if it's going to be Badminton Burley, America, or even Australia, I think you need that pinnacle for them to go. And rather than dumbing down, I think you need to increase the knowledge, and especially in the fitness and the rider fitness, which I think you're going to be talking about later on. And it's encompassing. I mean, as I say, I've been very lucky. I did a 2-star in Jakarta pre their Asian Games. And again, it was, I was lucky enough, I was flown out. But again, it's this thirst for knowledge in the developing countries that you need to increase. And it does come down to horse welfare, to rider fitness, and the correct training that's required for those riders and horses to be able to compete. But they need the goal to be able to go to.
Right, would anyone like to come in on that?
Yeah.
Yes, David.
Yeah, I suppose you could take a bit broader than that. So my experience in the equine industry in the United Kingdom, I work with grassroots recreational riders all the way up to world-class athletes. And actually, listening to a lot of the presentations this morning and this afternoon, I think it sounds like there's a huge opportunity to develop and have a really clear education system for people who work in the industry, because you've all come from different backgrounds, but actually I'm really passionate about getting people into horses. And actually, if you can get people to work within horses and educate them well with a really clear system, then actually that will support everyone, not just the vet, but the veterinary nurses and people who work around it. And actually, if you get more people in at a recreational level and you train grooms, coaches and riders, then it ultimately will support the top level of sport. So it needs to come all the way. So for me, education is a huge part of that.
Would you have a sort of a blueprint that you have in mind as to how you'd like to incorporate that?
Well, I suppose we have in the United Kingdom the British Horse Society and other coaching qualifications, and there's 3 clear pathways for them. It's either to be a groom, so it's the management of the horses, or you become a rider, or you become a coach. But each of those has elements of veterinary, saddlery, everything within that. So it really helps to support the welfare of the horse throughout.
Yeah, doctor.
I just want to agree with whatever David said, and it's interesting setting up a new hospital in India. A lot of our support staff in the UK, where I trained, were people who were riding as kids and wanted to work keep working with the horses or in the equine industry, and they trained to be receptionists in the hospital, nurses in the hospital, or grooms or support staff, just because they had the basic horse skills and they wanted to work in that industry, so there was opportunities for them to grow. And in the 1 month of the hospital I've had 3 people quit the reception job because they don't understand what the equine clients are saying, because all horse owners have their own language. And someone who's not used to that language or the lingo can't sustain. So people who've been in that system, as you said, the people who've been riding as kids, and then they've grown on into veterinary services or other services in the industry, are a better opportunity or a better option as someone who's recruiting staff. So I think inculcating people at the very grassroots level is very important for the whole industry to grow and sustain.
Well, talking of grassroots level and seeing how the industry is changing, Imtiaz, you've seen this right through. I mean, you've gone back, you've been the first civilian rider to take part in the Olympic Games from India. And a huge change from that point of time till now, if you really looked at it. What do you think has changed and what still needs to change to take this forward and come on to the lines that David was just talking about?
I think the sport has definitely grown. I mean, when I did it, it's a long time ago, 26 years ago, I was the only civilian. It was only army and I was one civilian rider. Now we have a huge base of civilian riders. But I think coming back to exactly their point, and it's a huge problem, is that it's grown in the wrong direction, to be honest. Because what's happened is that there is zero horse management. These kids, the game has gone into a leasing game. I hate to say that, maybe in the wrong forum to do it, but it's a rental car service. I mean, you just go, these kids don't know the horse that they ride. They get to the show. If you've got the money, you rent the best horse. They sit on the horse, they get off. They don't even give a horse a pat. maybe they haven't been taught how to, and that's it. They're waiting for that medal that they may have won. So this is where I think is a huge gap. Why the sport will only remain at this level? If us to get to the next level, if we do not have even the smaller clubs really explaining, and whether it's indigenous, whether it's racing, or whether it's equestrian, or whether it's polo, it makes no difference. All are the same wages of basic horse management. Cool down, cool up, tacking. I mean, the way the tack the horses are using, the saddle fitting is all wrong. It goes to, I mean, I can go on from where to where, but they're all interested in the glamour, in the actual results. So I think that is where, in my time at least, we had those stalwarts. Even in the army, we were civilian. I learned from the army. But those days, even the 61 cavalry officers and all had mentors, they had good coaches, trainers were brought down every summer. We learned because we could do that. I mean, I only got my skills up because every summer we were sent abroad by the government. You know, we went to Somur and all the top end. Today, none of the riders are even, I mean, there's no platform for them. There's no trainers coming in, no coaches coming in, which was on a regular basis.
So you need to, you're looking at something that would probably entail government involvement as well, as we talked about in the morning?
I think government entailment to a certain point, but I'm a little believer that it's not only government, because none of the countries do everything based on the government. It's all about private funding as well. Today there's so much money in this, they have to put it in the right direction. I mean, I had a very funny incident the other day, and I was talking to a Jawan, and he told me this in a very simple line. He said, "Saab, 500 रुपए lesson के लिए नहीं देंगे, but 5 लाख देंगे घोड़े lease करने के लिए." And you know, it just put my thing is that, wow, really, like the kid is not willing to come for lessons because that'll cost money, but he wants the horse just ready for him at the show. So I think it comes down to, yes, the government can instill from the ministry level of sports. We don't even have a national coach. I mean, we are the only sport that doesn't have a national coach. So where are you talking about national training programs? So we have to go so far back with, because if you get the national coach, who's the national coach? Is he going to be on this side? Is he going to be on that side? Who's he going to favor? So better not to have him. So it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. So we really have to have a little bit of government. But today with CSR coming in, companies coming in, they can also come in on a very big way. We have a lot of wealthy people riding as well. They can bring in a foreign coach. Let everybody utilize that, because there's expertise outside, you know, from, as you said, from acupuncturists to physiotherapists to massage therapists to saddle fitters, then coming to the riding part.
You wanted to?
I just wanted to add from where we started, like where the equestrian industry and all is going, and that way. So my observation was what Imtiaz sir put it across. Like the horsemanship is the one aspect which is taking the toll, because whether it is a kid or it is an adult, everyone is just riding with the aim to have some short-term
plans.
Aim. Like whether I want to win at the junior national or the national, or I want to go for the Asian Games. But the equestrian and the riding and the horses is a long-term plan. It's not for 2 years or 5 years. You like the horses, you are doing it, and you will keep doing. Every year, as a senior athlete, I have to think whether I'm doing adequate or good enough, or what is the scope for me to improve. And even if I improve, even if I get a coaching for 6 months, next year again I'm thinking the same question, where I can improve. So it's a long journey. It's not a short for 1 year or 2 years. So when any children are coming, I think so they have to have that clarity. Or you're not going for one national, it's for the long time.
Or for the future.
Yeah.
So we've got Dr. Deslian with us, and I'm sorry to have kept you on screen while we were happily nattering away over here. But based on your experience with ITBF, EFTBA, and the IFHA, what you're hearing today is the fact that there doesn't seem to be the sort of coordination and synchronization that the sport really needs. How would you look at it to formalize coordination between the equine and the industry? You've done that before, haven't you? We can't hear Dr. Just a minute, Doc. You're not on. We can't hear you. No? Just about, yeah. Dr. Layden, could I just interject over here? And we've gone through quite a bit. Can I ask my panel to see if they'd like to interject and say something on what you've been talking about? David, would you like to come in on that?
Not necessarily anything that you've been discussing, although it's really interesting, but you did mention about what's going to have the biggest single impact, and it is going to be hard because it can be such a complex industry, and that is the same in Europe and across the world. It is quite complex, so you need to look at what is going to have the biggest impact. One of the statistics that was mentioned earlier on, which I thought was quite interesting when the chat mentioned about riding clubs and how they were actually starting to grow, so presumably that's like civilian riding. What I would encourage is, getting you mentioned it, the best coaches in, the best people, because they can have such an impact on the whole, the group of people around them. So I would really encourage to use absolutely the best coaches possible and have a system for coaches in this country to develop, because that in turn will develop a better commerce. You'll get more business, you'll get more people in, and so from that perspective, it's good for accessibility and participation.
Zara, would you like to come in on that?
I totally agree. I was very lucky. I was a city child, and I learnt to ride in riding schools. I was part of a pony club. I was a member of a London pony club, Stanmore District. But we had coaches, and looking back at the level of coaches I had as a child was phenomenal. I had a gentleman called Malcolm Barnes who went on and rode and competed and was one of the first non-Germans to complete the equitation qualifications in Germany. I had a gentleman, again, very young gentleman at the time, who called Gerhard Plitz, who eventually, and just retired, took on the role of training and developing coaches in America. I was very lucky, but I had a pony club system at that time that encouraged everyone at grassroots. As an adult, up until a few years ago, I was head of training of British riding clubs and put into place development of competitions that worked not on the ability of the horse, but on the rider's ability to be able to ride. So it changed the perspective from being a dressage judge to looking at how a rider goes. There are incentives out there for developing good basic riding, but as David quite rightly said, we need the quality of coaches to come through, and the bottom line has to be, whatever we do, and as a judge and as a coach, I have to agree to the code of conduct for the welfare of the horse, and it's not seen in any country. Trust me, I've traveled, and it is, as you said, it is checkbook buying a horse. And it's just not India, it is in the UK, it is very much in America. When you look at what's happening to the sport in America, you have the likes of Bruce Springsteen, Bill Gates. They can buy the horses. And I'm not saying those riders, those children of theirs, they're adults now, are not good, but they have the opportunity to ride. I go out to Barbados and I teach homestead children who do not have any access to horses. And their only way of not going involved in the drug addictions is terrible in the Caribbean is through horses. But again, it's grassroots training, how to catch a horse, how to groom a horse, how to pat a horse, how to get on board. I get so fed up of having to tell people how to alter stirrups correctly. And this is stuff that as a child, I automatically knew. What's happened? It has to go back to grassroots.
Don't you think that's quite a good, that's a good news story? Don't you think that you can be able, it's a good news story. The equestrian world as an athlete, if you looked at like tennis or something, by the age of 25, you're finished, aren't you? Whereas an equestrian athlete, you just get better. Years of, decades of experience will make you better. So I think that's an amazing story that we can, all countries can be selling about why ride horses, why get into owning these fantastic creatures. We talked earlier on about the mental health benefits. It can be sold. It's such a great industry to get into.
A friend of my father's, anyone who's interested in railways, and I know India has a good railway system, was a gentleman called Richard Hardy, and at 75, I'm getting close to the 75, he rode his first advanced medium affiliated at 75. He didn't start riding until he was in his late 50s. So again, David, age is not a barrier if you have the determination. Richard didn't own a horse, he borrowed a horse, And he just contacted my father and he said, I'm doing my first advanced medium, which is a great achievement in the UK because the drop of people for riding at elementary is huge, but advanced medium is a different ball game altogether. And he was 75. The only reason he gave up hunting at 80 was because he had to pay his grandchildren's school fees. Otherwise, he would have hunted until he possibly died.
Imtiaz, would you like to add to that?
I think we're just going around the same thing. I think the basic
right.
fundamental is education, education, education. So until we start with that, at every school, every riding school, every center has to have good instructors, and it cannot be a money thing, because what I've noticed here, it's all about then becomes they don't have the time to teach their children. So because they want them to have a riding lesson because they've got three backup. So they don't even know how to put a saddle on. Forget about put on boots on. So until we start with that on the day off, maybe a Saturday and Sunday, and put those programs in, we can just keep on going on.
So Dr. Layton, I think we have gone a little off what you were saying totally, but they have interjected on it and come in. Is there anything you'd like to add to this? Right. So we've come a long way on that, and basically what we're looking at is to try to formalize the entire setup, to have a more deliberated infrastructure in place which will be able to take this forward. It has come a long way forward, there's no dispute on that, but as you said, the issue is that has it grown the right way? But just a last question before we wind up, and this one is to Dr. Anand Sidhu. On the racing side of it, veterinary care has gone up and has improved to a very large extent. How does the equestrian field rate when it comes to veterinary care?
That's a really interesting question, Cyrus. And I just mentioned about this, that so far the stud farms and the race courses were the only formal introduction for veterinarians to learn the trade and then get going from there. And we've got my former colleague Anil sitting over here in the audience. We worked together at the race course, and now he's a field practitioner. He's doing great work with sports horses and indigenous horses, and there's similar other vets. But there's a significant lack of quality veterinary medicine in the equestrian level and in the indigenous horses. And unfortunately, this has led to a rise of unqualified professionals doing the job. And I've been working with a few friends of mine, I call them friends rather than clients, in New Delhi, and the proper lameness evaluation, lameness diagnostics, treatment options are still in the very primitive stages. And there's a dire need to improve that quality of equine field care and the primary care for horses, and then lead on to specialist care. And I think that's a collaborative event that we need to open up to encourage more vets in the industry. And that will also need infrastructural support, and something that the government needs to do. Some really good vets in the government, unfortunately, they're just not equipped to do anything. The basic infrastructure in the government clinics and polyclinics is completely lacking. There's been a lot of discussion about ultrasounds and other diagnostic tools. They're completely missing. If they are there, they're not functional. I know the local vet school around us, their X-ray machine broke, and it's been about 2 years and it's not been fixed. So all these infrastructural support needs to be made available for people to be able to best treat their horses, improvise fertility, breed better horses, which is also a big source of livelihood from where I come in. In Punjab, breeding horses is a very good source of income for farmers doing traditional farming. It's a source of diversification. Like if they can produce one good foal a year out of their mare, it's as good as harvesting 20 acres of wheat and paddy for them. So these are the things that need to be supported and looked into as veterinarians, and we need infrastructural support for that.
Imtiaz, you wanted to add to this?
I think just coming back to that point, which is really important for the rural and for the indigenous horses as well as for the equestrian world, is that in the small animals, they've done it. So small animals have a mobile unit that can travel. So the same thing with our horses, to have a mobile X-ray machine, it's something that we should have every veterinarian, because really, a mobile, it's just the cost of it. So if we can get CSR money to come in to look at animal as well, because there are a lot of CSR supporting small animals. So so we can do that with the same, that you have one mobile unit for the north, south, east, west, and they roam around the area. It would change the game for things of lameness or checking of things, and then you don't have to have a full vet clinic. Moving of horses is extremely expensive. I know a gentleman earlier said about Marwadi horses is maybe, I don't believe that because they're hot or not hot that they can't travel. It's expense also. It's not about just, and the availability of having a float. Today, if I want to move a horse from one place to the other, it's not an easy thing where I can just ring up a float company. There has to be a float going in that direction. So if we have if we can get sponsorship for mobile units which can carry these machines, then a technician can do it, because that same thing can go to a Dr. Feroz, which we are doing in any case. Today I can get anybody to take any X-ray or anything, and then I send it to Dr. Hasnain or Dr. Feroz or whoever people that we're used to. So we can have access to those vets who are wherever they are, but we can send it to them.
I'll just interject with that, and I agree to certain things, but not everything. I don't think we really need CSR or corporate responsibility to buy portable X-rays and ultrasounds. That is basic veterinary care. We shouldn't be highlighting them to the extent that we need introduction from others. If we need CSR, we should.
But then how do the veterinarian afford it?
It is not that unrealistic to get machines. There's several units. We've got multiple vets in the audience who have systems. We at our hospital have multiple X-ray systems. And talking about transport, Bernard sitting over there, he did a podiatry clinic at our hospital, and we had horses traveling all the way from Rajasthan to see Bernard at our hospital, because they could get their X-rays done for feed, they could get their horses shod, and any treatment needed under one roof.
But again, it comes back to money.
See, the thing is, there has to be
if the mobile unit can go to them, it'll be half the cost.
I completely agree. It's not just about the cost. The thing is, and you said anyone can do X-rays. I don't agree with that. I think getting X-rays, reading X-rays is a different story. You get technicians to do X-rays, and you could send them to Feroz, you could send them to Hasnain, send them to me. But if they're not good quality images, you're not going to get the details out of that, and no vet is going to be able to help you or guide you unless they're good quality X-rays done by a professional. And having worked world over, it is veterinarians who obtain X-rays, it's veterinarians, equine I'm talking about, who interpret X-rays. So it is important to develop the skill in the right sector. It's not just about randomly giving skill out. You have to have the right people with the right knowledge. And I think Feroz would agree with that. He's sitting there. I think he's got a mic in his hand and really wants to say something. So I let him say.
Because I trouble him enough. Every few days I send him a picture.
Look, no vet's going to complain reading X-rays as long as they're good quality X-rays.
No, my thing was the accessibility. That's all. It should be accessible to the smaller towns, smaller villages where transport is huge expense for them to get to them.
It is. I wouldn't emphasize huge excess, because with the money that people are spending, I have people who'd complain to spend 500 for the farrier, but they'll buy a selenium and a biotin product with no R&D for 15,000. So they have to be told where to spend the money. A horse comes to me and I tell them, like, it's just management issues, and they'll be like, so are you not prescribing any powders? So that needs to be changed. You just need to tell them where to spend the money on diagnostics and treatment rather than supplements.
So we've got quite a wish list that we've looked at already, and we've got a question from there. Please, go ahead.
No, that was just me speaking about Imtiaz's comment regarding having people taking X-rays. Even X-rays taken by veterinarians change in their quality of interpretive standards. Basically, it comes down to training. You can buy the most expensive X-ray machine in the world, the best ultrasound machine, but the guy standing behind the machine taking the radiographs is as important as the person who's interpreting the radiographs. And maybe not so much, but the man who takes the X-rays must know what he's doing. And taking those images requires a great deal of background understanding of the horse, of his anatomy. It's not enough to just have
No,
an
no, I
X-ray
agree. It
machine.
has to be taken. I just said that accessibility. I'm saying from my industry experience. I mean, I'll be on Vinod. I don't see that there's how many. You can count how many mobile units are there on your hand in the whole country. That's something. So it doesn't matter who's taking the X-ray, whether it's a vet or not a vet. I think I'm sorry if I said it that way. Was not my concern. My concern is that we need more X-ray machines, of mobile units. So that it can be accessed, so that people in rural places, if they have an injury or a horse there, that a vet can come also, but a mobile unit can get to them rather than them get to the vet. That's what my.
No, my problem is that I see X-rays from across the country on a daily basis. And many, many, many of them, more than 70% of them, cannot be interpreted because they've been taken with wrong angles, obliquities which you do not expect to see in a normal radiograph. And it just requires training. The point is that what Anhad suggested as far as training of veterinarians across the country, that is the fundamental problem.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That has to be sorted.
So I think we've diversified from where we started off, and let's come back on track because we've been here for a while, and that's the bell. So I don't know which round we're in at the moment, but we're all going to get thrown out in a bit. But a question there.
Please, sir. I'm Colonel Abhijit Kumar Goswami. I'm from the Remountain Veterinary Corps, and I'm based at Meerut. I just have two quick points to make. One is, again, which already the panel has discussed regarding the trainers, that is availability of qualified trainers or instructors. In fact, I have been visiting, or I've been witness to the JNECs, the Junior National Equestrian Championship, since 2018. What I have seen there, that every time when I go there, I see a lot of, it's no offense against anyone, but very young people, young athletes whom I have seen participating, and just for 3 months back, he is just 14 or 15 years of age. But now, say in the next JNEC, I find him training another kid who is just 10 years to 12 years. Now, why I'm making this point is that the basic foundation of training is very essential. Now, since we don't have any system in place to ensure that this young or budding athletes, they are being trained by qualified instructors. So what is happening when this 16 years or 18 years, still I will say a child or kid, he is training a 10 years kid and not teaching him the basics. So what happens? The basics goes wrong. So in that case, when these kids, they grow up, they are also, when they learn the wrong things at the very initial age, it's very difficult to correct. So what my point is that we should have some system of certifications or some system of selection of instructors and trainers, because not that everyone should be allowed, because that actually is not towards the healthy progress of the game.
I think David wants to respond to that.
Yeah, so I'm obviously coming up with a system takes more than 5 minutes, but in terms of benchmarking, there is a group called IJEC, which is the International Group of Equestrian Qualifications, and they can be mapped across the whole world. So if you have a coaching qualification in Germany or France or the United Kingdom, it's all mapped across. So maybe that could be a target to try and work and align yourselves with the IJEC group in the long term. It's not going to happen overnight, but that would benchmark and deal with quite a lot of the issues you're discussing.
So I think we've, if that's okay for you. Yep, okay.
May I, sir? The second point is, in the morning session, there was a discussion that, yes, I also accept it, that equestrian sports is not a very common man sports, because it cannot be afforded by everyone, because, yes, it is expensive. But nevertheless, now this sports is growing up, and in many schools it has come up, and a lot of kids are seen. Now in every JNEC, the number of kids participating in various events is increasing. Now my point is, what I have seen over the years, there are very good talents that we could see in the JNECs, like in the initial stage, like in the the junior levels or up to the young riders category. We find them very good, but after some time we don't see them, we don't find them anywhere. So when I spoke to a couple of these kids or their parents, and that is what we came to know is that it's very difficult to afford, because at a grassroots level it is okay, but when they come to the higher level to afford a horse or to give them training abroad is very difficult. So my point is that if we can discuss on to have a system where this sort of kids are picked up and some sort of sponsorship or some mechanism to nurture their talent, so that in due course of time they become good riders and then bring knowledge to our country.
I think that's exactly what we've been talking about, of trying to put an infrastructure in place, having the right people to come out and talk about it and improve the quality rather than just go with the quantity and the numbers and people trying to pick up the right horses by making the payment. It's going to be a long haul. It's not going to be something that's going to happen overnight. It's going to take its time. But the interesting thing is that this is the first time we've all got together under one roof. And we've put these points across, which I think have a lot of meaning, and we have to now take this forward. So basically what we've wound up at the end of this session is that we do have something, we have a product, we've got to market it right, you've got to have the infrastructure in place which will improve the quality and take it forward. And to do that, we have to have a wish list which we can put up. But another one, please. Can I have a mic there? And then this will be the last one because we'll wind up.
So I already have the mic, so I'll take the liberty to go first.
Oh, okay.
Just wanted to add to the IJEC point. India does not have a certification body that can possibly be a member of IJEC for it to be internationally accredited. So my question, and this being a young trainer, my question is, who is certifying me? Who is the authority? Is it the EFI? Is it another body that has been put in place to certify me and check is the quality up to the standard of my training that I am imparting to my students? So IJEC comes much later for the Indian Association of Trainers, just a random term, but when we have an Indian association which is imparting knowledge to trainers, only then we can think about IJEC and benchmarking ourselves to the international standards. Currently, we do not have an Indian association which is officially imparting knowledge to trainers to train the students.
I think you've got a very valid point there.
I'm just going to make a small comment because I know Rochak. He attended the instructor's course in Doha when I was there, organized by Al Shakab. So I think we can take this opportunity and request Gayatri, while they're going to be training grooms, farriers, and other skilled sports members of the industry, they can run courses to train and certify instructors, because what we've discussed in the last 15-20 minutes has been a lack of good instructors, standardized instructors. So maybe they can consider doing courses for instructors, liaise with other organizations like Al Shakab did in Doha, where you can do short, long-term courses and get a certification, and then probably move on to international levels.
Thank you. Sir.
So I've been hearing all this. Now, what we need to do in this country is firstly build up an equine culture, right? And you don't build up cultures with people my age. You got to start with smaller kids. We are the first country, I possibly feel, where you see a 5-year-old riding a 17-hands horse. Where is the physique of the two matching? Why don't we introduce pony club cultures? You having a child going into JNEC, doing a 60-centimeter course on a 17-hands horse, right? Why don't you use your ponies for such cultures? You don't need a 17-hands horse to be jumping 60 centimeters when a pony can do it. Introduce more pony clubs. Then certification things, you've got the BHS system, known the world over. Why don't you introduce such things in India? What is stopping you from following the BHS in India or developing a system similar to that?
Very valid point, sir. Very valid point.
You build up your cultures, then talk about equestrian sports and things further up. Let's start at the grassroots level of things.
That's what we need. But to start at grassroots level, you first have to put an infrastructure in place. And that's what I hope is going to be the outcome of this entire symposium over the next 2 days. So on behalf of Gayatri, thank you very much for hosting this.
I have a question and a point actually, if possible.
Yeah, where's that?
Here.
Okay.
Right here. So I'm going to make this statement. I think it's appropriate today because you all spoke about X-rays and everything like that. I have had several stud farms come to me sometimes and say that we've had issues with our bones, etc., etc. And I ask them something, what are you feeding? And they give me a supplement meant for bovine cattle that has mineral levels totally contrary to what is required for the equine. So I said, who recommended this to you? So they said, my vet or a particular vet. So I said, has he read the label claim? And when I questioned them and this supplement or this particular cattle supplement was being fed in 2 or 3 farms, he was shocked to read the label claim behind it. So my point here being is that please buy your products from companies that are manufacturing for equines and not for bovine cattle. Honestly, I'm sorry, I'm not going to name anyone here, but I have the actual product and it was quite shocking for me.
Thank you, Johan. Anything else? Otherwise, we're winding up today. And thank you all very much. Dr. Layden, I'm sorry to have you so far away and haven't been able to get back to you a second time, but thank you for being there. And to all our panelists, thank you very, very much for sparing the time, being here. And I hope we've had some sort of constructive discussion, which we need to follow up on. It's not just something that dies after the weekend is over. From all of us, thank you. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did.
I'd like to call upon Maharaja Bastan to please felicitate all the panelists. Okay. Gayatri ma'am. I'd like to please call Mr. Dr. Feroz Khambata to please felicitate all the panelists. Miss Zara Pauli, Major Apurva Dhabade, So as we come to the close of day 1 of the Equestrain Forum 2026, it's truly been a day filled with insightful conversation, meaningful exchanges and powerful ideas. From our opening discussions about policy perspectives to engaging sessions on biosecurity, nutrition, horse welfare, indigenous horses, and disease management, today has given us a comprehensive view of the evolving equine industry. A big thank you to all our esteemed speakers, panelists, and to each one of you for being such an engaged and enthusiastic audience. As we wrap up for the day, we look forward to welcoming you tomorrow to MIT World Peace University at 8:45 a.m. sharp for day 2, where we move into live demonstrations, applied learning, and more interactive sessions. And now we invite you to unwind and celebrate at a gala dinner this evening at 7:15 p.m. A perfect opportunity to continue conversations, build new connections, and enjoy the spirit of this wonderful community. Thank you once again for being a part of day 1. We look forward to seeing you tonight and again tomorrow morning. Have a great evening.
For centuries, the horse has embodied power, grace, and honor. In India, this bond runs deeper, woven into a rich legacy where horses have shaped our history, culture, and identity. Yet today, that legacy stands at a crossroads. The passion is undeniable, the talent is abundant, but the structure, collaboration, and momentum required to truly elevate the equine ecosystem are still taking shape. There is a pressing need to revive and reimagine equine culture in India, not merely as a passion, but as a structured, sustainable, and globally competitive ecosystem. While riders, breeders, trainers, veterinarians, and industry experts continue to make meaningful contributions within their own spheres, there has rarely been a unified platform to collectively shape the industry, influence policy, and drive the skill development. For the first time in India, key stakeholders from across the equine world will come together under one roof to address what matters most in this ecosystem, the health and welfare of the horses. This is more than just a gathering. It is a convergence of intent. A space.
Requesting all delegates and guests to please collect your hampers from the registration desks outside.
Shared knowledge and global perspective. The Equestrain Forum is supported by Dr. F.F. Vadia of the National Horse Breeding Society of India, Pune.
We're hoping to see all delegates and guests at the gala dinner at 7 p.m. We will also be having a cultural performance at that time.
Conceptualized by Ms. Gayatri Karar, the Equestrian Forum 2026 under the aegis of MIT WPU is not just a conference, it is a movement. Its significance lies in its power to unify an entire ecosystem, bridging long-standing gaps, fostering meaningful exchange, enabling partnerships, and layering the groundwork for a more cohesive and forward-looking equine industry in India. Because the future of India's equine industry will not be inherited. It will be built together. Connect, collaborate, co-create.